Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Matthew. Hey, Jason. Good morning. What's up, SD? Good morning. Who else we got up in this joint? Good morning to everyone out there, even if you haven't chatted already, right? Good morning. Boy, oh boy, day 4. Our Donna, right? Should be interesting. I wonder who they're going to call today. So I know that yesterday they left off with the investigator that was kind of reading through some kind of bringing in some information. The financial person definitely brought in some information in regards to Charlie's involvement. You know, we going to follow this money kind of thing, right? So that was pretty good. We heard from Katie yesterday. I don't think anything really, the only thing that I could see to stand out in her testimony is that she really pointed the finger at Donna and implicated her in the money transaction portion some way and confirmed, right, the 44 checks that she received and was able to testify to the money portion. So, yeah. So we have that there. And today, I don't know if Charlie needs to testify for the prosecution team. So I'm thinking that I know that they had the best friend, and I guess they may put people on their witness list, which probably makes sense, right? You put people on your witness list, subpoena them so they really can't talk about the case, right? That's one. And two, this way, if you I was trying to find my live feed that I like to listen to. And two, if you don't need them, depending on what the defense is presenting from their opening statements, at least you have these people on your list and they are notified that they are expected to testify in the trial, which keeps them from talking about different things to different people too, right? So I think that's what that part is about in regards to the witness list, because their witness list was very, very, very long. If nobody knows, I thought it was very long, but I don't think they're calling all those people. Remember, this trial is supposed to go till September the 5th. We do have the first off, and of course, that's the Monday for Labor Day. I'll have some sweet sounds of the hammer tone up in y'all ear or something. We're gonna do something on Monday. We'll find something to watch. Hey, my only fan, how are you this morning? You walking and lurking a little bit? Well, that's always fun. Yeah, get that exercise in. Uh-oh. Yeah, thank you so much, Jason. SD said, you cheating on her? Oh, gosh, y'all are too funny. Y'all are too much for me. Too hot for TV. Right? I got my coffee. What's up, Zach? Guess who's back? Back again. Zach is back. Tell a friend. Oh, and he's speaking in all types of different languages. All right, okay. We don't understand none of that stuff. None of that stuff. So I'm interested. What do y'all think? How much longer do y'all think we'll be in a prosecution case? I'm thinking prosecution team will wrap up by the end of the week. I think defense will be ready to present whatever evidence they're going to have on Tuesday. And everybody just keep in mind, Donna is supposed to testify, which should be a big moment. Hopefully she took some real good cues and not going to go up there like Charlie did, but we shall see what she does. I just don't know if it's the good thing for her. Right? I just don't know. But we would definitely find out exactly what what that ends up being like when she gets on the stand. Unless she decides throughout the testimony, hey, I don't need to testify. Why put myself through that extra stress or anything like that? You know, in her wiretaps with Charlie, she said, hey, they already were at a decision. The jury already decided. Like, there was no reason. Like, you did wonderful on the stand, Charlie. So, you know, if she feels like Charlie did wonderful on the stand, she don't see any reasons for any type of corrections, right? So, I don't know if she wants to go do that. It seemed like she going head first down the rabbit hole. But I'll let her and her defense team decide what she should and should. Oh, that's that trial yesterday. I'm like, what is that in my ear? Let me just make sure we all the way set up here. They are in the courtroom. I don't know. We won't have a lot of TiVo time today, so if we start now, so I'm just kind of giving it a second. Besides, y'all mind me sitting up here talking to you. Yesterday, we went over 4K in subscribers. That was an awesome moment for us. Which I am very excited about. I'm pretty sure that most of you know when a lot of you people, except for maybe like, well, I know Pretty Brown probably does remember, like, I mean, there was definitely a time when I was sitting in here and it was only me, Pretty Brown, and Benny sitting in the chat all day watching these trials together. And we just kept going at it and kept going at it and kept going at it, enjoying ourselves. And it didn't matter. It didn't really matter. Of course, we wanted other people to be in the chat with us and hang out with us, but we did it for a while, just us, just chatting back and forth in the chat and doing just kind of what we doing now, right? And then all of a sudden it was like, boom. So awesome things are happening here. I wouldn't want to share these moments with anybody else but you guys and all our new people. And as we are moving on up, right? It's awesome. I think when I first got my first 500 subscribers, we were online at the time. It was so funny. Because I was up there and I was like crying. Like, I literally couldn't even help myself. Like, tears were coming down my eyes because I thought that I was going to just be talking to myself forever. And look at it. Like, now I have friends everywhere. I can go anywhere, right? Anywhere now. How awesome is that? You guys can too, right? Because we got friends everywhere. Because my friends are your friends. Mi casa is su casa. That's the only Spanish word I know besides hola. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's all I know. So don't look for more because that's all I got. That's all I got for you. There go our girl. She look like she works in the library, right? Looking like she work in the library. Yeah, I was trying to see about my Rumble account to see if I be streaming over there on Rumble. I'm so silly. I be streaming on Rumble and Kick like I be just streaming everywhere. I don't even know how to chat in all the chat rooms. I gotta get that together. Like I don't even know what be going on. I be trying to chat in there, and yeah, there's that. We won't, no judgment here. All right, guys, I am going to take us into the courtroom. Let me see those ones, those sweet pea gangs. If y'all ready to hit it. What is my phone doing? Like, sometimes I just do not know what this phone is doing. Let me get this together so I can make sure that I'm not. I don't know. Somehow I didn't hit do not disturb on my phone. Let me take that off because that's not gonna work because I am gonna have to be disturbed, right? All right, guys. Let's see what Donna got in store for us today.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. We are about to resume with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks? Everybody has enough? All right. Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
All right, so before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer State 64 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
Right, Sergeant Corbett, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes.
Okay, subject, bad news.
Correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon. I promise. Love, Donna.
Yes.
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the emails showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markell, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014.
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here, the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanua's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Magbanua and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Magbanua's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Magbanua's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this would be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17, and then another event we see to the right. This is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay. I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries. which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously, we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here on the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime?
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay. All right. So using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes. And so using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Magbanua's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort Rental Car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay. Was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the Comfort Rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental since he is the person who rented the car at that time?
Objection or speculation.
Overruled, the witness may testify based on his analysis of these records.
It is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Okay. They could just not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right. But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, who attempts to call Catherine Magbanua once she is consistent with Comfort Rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset will be consistent with the area of Comfort Rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
After Magbanua, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of Comfort Rental Car. And what we see is at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of Comfort Rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Catherine Magbanua at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residents last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Catherine Magbanua call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are 2 calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Catherine Magbanua. Is that right?
Overall, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Catherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Catherine Magbanua that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right. What percentage of total communication does that Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Catherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after Magbanua would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes. So looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera, his cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Catherine Magbanua is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received this traffic ticket?
It is a four-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacasse's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statements that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle. And we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Truscott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide 130 here is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in the, looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the second through the fourth, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and between Magbanua and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Catherine Magbanua the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Catherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That's correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd. Was there an evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendy Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay, and when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay, and was it addressed to Wendy, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendy and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name, an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry.
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markell was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite inquiring about whether the evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is "Have my 14 invitations been sent?" She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those evites have actually gone out. And it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite.
Per that email, yes.
And checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay. What message was found in the cell bride of Wendy Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendy Adelson to Dan Markell asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markell was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendy Adelson is asking Dan Markell about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markell's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th.
Correct.
With Dan Markell being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendy Adelson when she sent this message?
So,
oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendy Adelson asked Dan Markell about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendy Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markell is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July.
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right. So where was Wendy Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markell would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach, that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right. What did Wendy Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014 which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes,
All right, but you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
it would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendy Adelson still living at the Aqua Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes,
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
that's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail to Wendy Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, her dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with dad's cell phone number.
Yes,
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding,
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the phone, the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here? I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendy?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Magbanua together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanua, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them. And then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m. And then we find a text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanua basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lived south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m., Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And after leaving the area of Magbanua's residence that night, does Magbanua contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick. This is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanua makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay. But also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Magbanua in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay. And who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or Hybrid Rental.
All right. Right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Magbanua and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Magbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence. about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been.
Hey guys, so I got a question. Is this going to be the detective that's going to be able to testify to the bump? I can't remember. I know I hadn't seen him before. I know he testified to all these phone records and stuff like that, but I'm like, is this a detective that's going to testify to this bump? I would like to see if that's what he's going to do, right? So we can see this bump video. That's very important. Okay, so OnlyFans says the bump will be the one who did the bump. Okay, yeah, because I think in the last trial, the actual undercover officer testified. So, okay, so maybe this is just the phone records guy. So you have no idea. Good morning, Marilda. How are you? Oh, the bump in the text? I don't know. Because I'm assuming they lining up all these times and stuff right now to show how Donna's involved. Or what text messages and when Charlie called her, where her phone was pinging. Of course, because they had the evidence that that's how the money drop off allegedly did not happen, but happened. She was driving past Charlie's house, but her phone was pinging off certain things. He texted her and said he would be there in 20 minutes. He not at home. So, okay. I was just wondering. I couldn't remember if this was the guy or if he's just kind of like the phone records guy. Here we go.
Is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay. So at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay. So it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be, yes.
Earlier, we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental, there was one call to the landline. Is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental, there's two calls right after the landline. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, two calls to the landline right after the car rental. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your fourth call to the residence.
Thank you.
At 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right. So 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right. What do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30, and we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Magbanua's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes. So we see again, slide 175 here. We have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera, and we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in the last, for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second. Wanted to ask you one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Staying, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records. It was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay. So we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where Magbanua is the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Magbanua?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, between Magbanua and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications that, or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185, we see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Catherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Magbanua calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right. So then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markell was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markell occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendy Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows at what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred.
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendy had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m., there's a call from Wendy to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Magbanua. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendy?
Wendy calls Donna. Let's back up. So yes, Wendy actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendy again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendy has a text to Charlie stating, "This is so sweet."
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Cellbrite that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Cellbrite that afternoon?
Correct.
All right. What's next?
Wendy receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay. And do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey, Wendy, good morning. 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to take down something to pick the boys up early this afternoon and taking the thing that happened for you around 4:30 or 5. Pick them up. Either at the jail or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And also I'd love to chat to you about that situation for school. And Thursday stuff and all that. I'm gonna be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. But happy to chat. You know, for a walk in school, just like that. Okay, bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendy Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
Okay. What happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendy or attempts to call Wendy at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
Wendy texts Dan Markel stating the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appear to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right. So can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendy Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. This is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendy Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendy
What did she-
responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendy receives a call from Charlie, last a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where the Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes,
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
correct,
This is per surveillance footage from Premier.
correct.
At this point, Wendy and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendy would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendy texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then.
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument she kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markell is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markell killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Catherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Catherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendy 10:06, short duration. Catherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay. Is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markell is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markell, thank you. And did Dan Markell have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markell's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, facts on evidence, calls for speculation.
Staying as the facts, not evidence, unless you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markell 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markell would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message?
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday, Dan Markell's locations on the morning of the murder: Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay, and what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Gym?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markell's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38, the Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustain unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Mr.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Miss Magbanua.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanua did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Catherine Magbanua at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see 2 incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 time frame.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanua.
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendy Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon time frame when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendy Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12 or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35. And then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again, that will be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 timeframe and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Premier or Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendy Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendy Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here, calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, Did she attempt to call Dan Martell to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was heading.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would. And this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Martell's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. And through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time, and we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Catherine Magbanua that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanua also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanua and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was, as we see again, Ms. Magbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42, that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanua's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yindra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes,
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Magbanua then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
You use the bathroom.
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom. Everyone can be seated. Believed to accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling. We'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of the testimony in. The defendant needs to use the restroom. Bailiffs, please take her at this time.
Sorry, guys. I had to take a call. Let's see here. So y'all know we don't probably have no TiVo time. Oh, maybe we got a little bit, but it's probably not gonna be enough. But yeah, it's not gonna be enough. So, I can appreciate when we're doing these charts and things and he's explaining all this data. It was starting to make sense to me. Like, I love visuals. I don't know about anybody else in this room, but visuals really work for me. They help me out in every which way. I don't see how they don't come after Wendy. I don't even remember them really talking to Wendy a lot when she was testifying in regards to her calls and things of that nature. So I'm wondering if those are little things that they can tie in order to seek out charges against her. Right? That would be interesting to know. If that's part of it, because I don't remember them really grilling her. I know they asked her about maybe a phone call or two that she had to Charlie in her testimony when she testified in Charlie's trial. But when you're looking at when she was texting Dan, it was like, okay, let me see where he's at. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. And I'm looking at it like, oh, it's no way that it cannot charge Wendy, right? And then you get the testimony that we got from Jeff, right? The ex-boyfriend who, even testified to, hey, my brother was thinking about hiring a hitman to, unalive my husband, and we're going through this terrible custody, issue and things like that. So I definitely think that, these are like putting little pieces. It's like almost a trial within the trial, as far as I'm concerned. You said Matthew said, I'm telling you, they could book her right now for obstruction of justice, right? Right? I mean, and then listen, she is the same person that was writing the interview right after the incident that was like, my brother, he made this terrible, terrible joke. Oh my gosh, the only people in this whole entire world that hate Dan are my parents. Morel to say, I take it to trial. I wonder if they're planning cool with Wendy to make her believe that they are not coming after her. But in the meantime, I really hope so, right? And I can see that. So, I guess we'll see if Wendy is working on her passports for her and the kids to get out of the country. Because Donna, as soon as Charlie got convicted, she was like, I ain't playing around. I ain't messing around with this nonsense. I'm getting on the first thing smoking. How fast can you get them passports? Right? I mean, this is all centered around Wendy. Nobody had anything to benefit from this besides Wendy. Like, I don't even think, at the end of the day, Donna didn't even really, what the kids and Charlie, like, what was he doing besides playing the I want to be super save for her? Right? Like she should, okay. So we have that there. It don't make sense to me. Like it makes sense, but it don't make sense if she's not charged. She has to be charged for all the pieces to kind of come together for it to make sense why anybody did anything, not to say that it was right. And sometimes I always wonder, guys, like, and not to say that they're going to strike out, the prosecution team is very good. Georgia is fabulous, right? And she's walking each and every last one of these people that are involved. So I do trust and believe that if there is any way that she's going to be able to get to the top of the even though they want to try to say Donna is the top of the food chain, if they want to get to the top and the reason why behind it, if there's any way that it's going to happen, Georgia going to do it. As these girls say, she gonna be charged. I don't care. Jason says, I think Donna just wanted the boys like they were her kids and not grandkids. Yeah, maybe so. I can see that happen. I can see that happen, and I can see her trying to do that in regards to trying to, maybe she wanted to redo it over. Who knows? With the boys. And because it really is amazing to me how in the emails and stuff, she was already referring to the boys with their last name of Adelson. And this was prior to Dan being unalive. And they really wanted Jeff, the ex-boyfriend, yesterday. They was trying to get in that testimony in regards to, of course, he was a professor at, the law school, and he studied psychiatry or psychology, one of the two, I can't remember. But they was trying to get in that testimony that, hey, Wendy wanted to know, when do children's memory actually form, right? Because she wanted to make sure that she could erase the dad. Like, will my kids even remember him? And, you know, just with the name change and all that. And I don't know what made her think that Adelson was any better than Markel. Like, if anything, she should have just stayed with the Markel name. Like, Adelson has been ran through the dirt. But see, she was probably doing all of this before she knew that her whole entire family was going down. Like, now that your whole entire family goes down, can you not change their name? You know, it will be change their name back. It would be interesting to know, like, when the boys get older, they're still up under age right now. When they get older and they really find out what happened to their dad and their mom's actions and their family's actions, how they will react to that. The therapist says 6-year-olds usually want to fight you if you have your dad's last name. Didn't y'all know? Like, news.
You can be seated.
I think I hear them in the courtroom, or I hear somebody in the courtroom. We shall see.
Okay. Yes.
I hear the judge. I love they seal. I love how it's lit up, nice and pretty. Yeah, I kind of figured it was the judge. Okay, let's see what we have here. We're back from our break. Face. Y'all see the judge making that stank face? I caught that. That looked like a stank face. Like, I know he ain't looking at nothing. Maybe he just scratching his nose. Who knows?
You may.
They going to decide to talk about some things. My old marshmallow man, Pillsbury dough man. Every time I look at him, that's all I could think of. I don't know. She looked like she's smiling. She looked confident. Hey, Kelly. Yeah, they gave her limited immunity, so it doesn't mean that she can't be charged. So it's limited, so she can still be charged for things that she didn't testify to. Here go the judge back. Come on, judge.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Catherine Magbanua's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as Her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication, with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Catherine Magbanua communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does. And again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration. And then Ms. Magbanua calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Catherine Magbanua's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes. And again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud. And the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, you're still at work. Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson responds, just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house.
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Catherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendy Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, call us ASAP.
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area. And then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendy Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. And within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson.
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. And their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Catherine Magbanua's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
I'm sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Magbanua arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markell's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, you may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched in these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is, it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call, and this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263, and it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone call, or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call, or the next phone call that we had at 10:53. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about 1 hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence, we have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house
Correct.
after receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again, showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after arriving after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence. And that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes,
And on the same date, July 18th?
correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes,
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
it was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32, it was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right. So moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markell, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Magbanua's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10:20 something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Catherine Magbanua's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markell's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question, as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th. And we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yeah, so immediately after that at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia, and it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanua is calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20. So we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Catherine Magbanua gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1:40. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanua communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia, but all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning, and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stay, please establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or duration. So his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanua at 10:31 in the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanua's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Catherine Magbanua's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later.
Correct.
All right. And is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascara's residence.
Okay. Thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right. Switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that, to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes. The purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination. And then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes, in certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Catherine Magbanua's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Magbanua's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things. And we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls
A designated officer.
at TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanua are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo.
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the bump in this case, which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016. And what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendy Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Catherine Magbanua at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later. But what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell bright done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel's testifying.
Stand as the counsel testifying, please establish a foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
This time we are going to take our lunch break for this morning. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break. Everyone can be seated. During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, I will review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Not from the defense this time, Eric.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sergeant Corbett's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion, Sergeant Corbett?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before the rest of the evening. 1:15. Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, guys, so they are going to lunch, right? And we done heard a lot of information in regards to these data points, where everybody's phone was, who they called, who, what, when, where, why. I mean, what a trail of evidence. Can you imagine, just in regards to these trap phones, right? This was back in 2013, 14. And they had all this technology back then, right? And people out here still out here trying to call themselves doing these crimes. Really? And technology has advanced so far. This is amazing. Like, just all this information. So he'll be back on the stand when we get back from lunch. They're saying about 1:15. Was that 1:15? I think so. They taking a 2-hour lunch? I don't know. Where film at? Film, I need your help. They said 1:15. Okay, OnlyFans 1:15. So they're taking 2 hours? Yeah, Vanessa, I agree. All the information that he provided made sense to me too. And I so love when they do visuals. Yeah, because if that neighbor wasn't there, Jason, I don't think there would have been a case at all. Do we want to rewatch any testimony that we have seen, or do y'all want me to drop the link? Does anybody want to come up here and let's talk about it? Do we want to do a panel for partial of our lunchtime? You guys let me know what you want to do. Yeah, 2-hour lunch. How dare them? Jason, you being called to the stand. Y'all let me know. I don't know why they need that much time either. Morelda, when you say Tamir, wait a minute, let me go back up. I'm assuming that you have some more in here. Hey, Dandelions, how are you? Ain't nothing wrong with doing a little lurking. You want to watch those interviews? Okay, let me see how they where they got them at. Morelda, let's see. Tamara, okay. This guy with this hair, man. I keep looking at Rob with this hair. I don't know. I know it probably is far-fetched and it don't have nothing to do with nothing. But when I see his picture and I see him, I think of Mr. Magoo. Marilda, the place that I do see the interviews at, I could probably play the sound from the interview, but I probably won't be able to actually show the video, depending on what kind of, commentary they have in between it. Yeah, Charlie was a playboy out here in these streets. He was living life up, boy. I'm talking about he had money to splash. He said it ain't tricking if you got it, boo. I'm looking at this stuff. Don't pay me no attention. Okay. So we'll play I'll see if I can play it. We'll listen to it and see. And I'll just have to probably talk over it a little bit and stop it.
Investigator Ison. He's the lead investigator. Alex Kramer. Alex case.
Maya.
Maya.
Good
to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I was telling Maya, I remember seeing her at the memorial, but I didn't realize that she was your wife at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, we were too. I'll read this later. I'm sorry.
Payroll, right?
So just so you guys are aware, we are listening to the interview with Alex and Maya Greenberg. Their police interview. Let's see what we have in the description. So I guess we'll hear what they have to say about this incident with Dan, and give us a little background in regards to what happened, and maybe some relationship, things. Let's see here. Yeah, and their names are, just so everybody's aware, is Alex and Maya. So I'm assuming they're a married couple because their last name is Greenberg. So we'll be listening to just the audio portion and just kind of seeing what they say about this relationship between Wendy and Dan prior to his unaliving. And you get to look at me during this period of time, right?
Cairo. Nice up there.
It is nice.
It's nice here too.
Yeah, it's
A lot
nice.
more to do down here,
Yeah, we do everything down here,
Oh, really?
except work.
except for work.
What's y'all's, what do y'all do?
I'm a dentist.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Florida, Auburn?
Okay, so these two is both in this interview together, right? Y'all seen the when they start interviewing people like this together, why they don't have them in separate rooms? I'm assuming that they were never considered suspects.
Georgia.
Georgia, I guess
All
Cairo should have
the
been the
ones
big
around
one.
here are Florida, Auburn. The
Yeah.
old guys are all Auburn, because Florida didn't have a vesicle back
Right.
then, so all the older vets went to Auburn. Not a
Okay.
contract
Yeah.
in Florida.
So you're a vet, that's what you just said? Are you really? Okay. And your practice is in Georgia?
In Cairo. We got one in Camilla too. Cairo is the main one, and then we have a smaller one in Camilla.
Is it, just domestic animals or?
Both. We have, there's 5 of us in the practice.
Oh.
So there's the money comes from small animals, but we do a lot of large animals. There's a lot of cows. There's cow work every day. So less horses, less goats, but very few pigs.
I say my girlfriend, well, she doesn't know where she worked at the North Florida
Yeah.
Animal Hospital right down there, and a lot of those there are a lot of Auburn.
Yeah, those are all Auburn
Randy
guys.
Fullerton was there.
Yeah.
Simmons.
Yeah,
George Simmons
Man,
is.
my dog just tore both of its rear,
ACLs.
the main ligament. Start with the C or something. but
Anterior
cruciate, that's it.
Cruciate.
I don't even tell you how
Wait a
much
minute,
that
I've had
cost.
that. It's the same with a dog.
It was more than that. That place is the most expensive place.
Yeah.
But
It
you
is,
know, at the
they're
same
most
time,
expensive.
so
both at the same time. TPLO is on the back.
so they
Fracture
operated
and
him.
rotator.
I don't know what all they did, but it's been 3 weeks and she's still got to be credited for 8 weeks. So it's been
Yeah,
it's a mess.
How
We
did
got
she
that little
tear it?
sling for her.
How-
She's active and she chases the squirrels and climbs our fence.
What kind of dog is it?
It's a mix, I don't know, but she's always climbing the fence, and she tore one before and just let it heal on its own, and then she just decided to tear after them again, and she tore them
Well,
both
once
at
they
the same
tear
time.
one, they stop bearing weight on it. They're really,
And then it
even if they
started-
don't look like it, they're really putting more
and then it
weight on
started
it.
to get mixed
It's really
up
a
worse.
genetic thing. It's This year for the Julys, you know.
So are y'all able to hear the interview with Maya and Alex? I just want to make sure that I'm getting it over there to you guys correctly. Okay, let me try something else. Hold on, y'all. Y'all see me? I'm sitting up here trying to see the best way to get this over here to us. Let's see. Yeah, and just once again, I want to get this video is made by Jay. I just want to make sure that if I, with me sharing this thing, it's just up under Jay. And let's see what he has on his channel. So if you guys want to, looks like they do police interview.
I don't know what's going on. Something's gonna happen.
One, two. I mean, not damn hard kill. Oh gosh, Jeff's interview when he was all up under the he was up under Wendy's spell, is what he called it. Yeah, he has a lot of things on the Adelsons on his channel. So yeah, you guys, if you want to go check him out at J Bronis. Y'all see that? I'll put it in the chat. Since we are using his video, right? Want to make sure that we provide our support to other great content creators that have things to help us, assist us in our goals and things that we would like to listen to all together, right?
I'll just take food out of the freezer for you.
I'll handle that. Okay, so it's 416.
This is Investigator Isom. He's
How are
the
you?
lead investigator.
Alex Green.
Alex.
Maya.
Maya,
Weber.
good to
Nice
meet
to-
you.
Nice to meet you too.
I was telling Maya, I remember seeing her at the
Yeah.
memorial, but I didn't realize that she was your wife at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, we were. Okay, I'll do this later. I'm sorry. I'll put this up.
Cairo, right?
Cairo.
It's nice up there.
It is nice.
It's nice here too.
Yeah, it's
A lot
nice.
more to do down here,
Yeah, we do everything down here,
Oh, really?
except work.
except for work.
What's y'all's, what do y'all do?
I'm a dentist.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Florida, Auburn?
Georgia.
Georgia, sorry. I guess Cairo should have
all
been
the ones
the big-
around here are Florida, Auburn. The
Yeah.
old guys are all Auburn. Florida didn't have a Visco back
Right.
then, so all the older vets went to Auburn. It's on a
Okay.
contract
Yeah.
in Florida.
So you're a vet. That's what you just said. Are you really? Okay. And your practice is in Georgia.
In Cairo. We got one in Camilla too. Cairo is the main one, and we have a smaller one in Camilla.
Is it, just domestic animals or?
Both. We have, there's 5 of us in the practice.
Oh.
So there's the money comes from small animals, but we do a lot of large animals. There's a lot of cows. There's cow work every day. Less horses, less goats, but very few pigs.
I say my girlfriend, well, she doesn't know where she worked at the North Florida
Yeah,
hospital right down there, and a lot of those there are a lot of Auburn.
Yeah, those are all Auburn guys.
There.
Yeah.
Simmons.
Yeah,
George Simmons
man,
is
my dog just tore both of its rear,
ACLs.
the main ligament. Start with the C or something. but
Anterior
cruciate, that's it.
Cruciate.
I don't even tell you how much that
I've had
cost.
that. It's the same with a dog.
It was more than that. That place is the most expensive place.
Yeah.
But
It
you
is
know, at the same
most
time,
expensive.
so
both at the same time, TBLO is on the back.
so they operated them. I don't know what all they did, but it's been 3 weeks and she's still got to be credited for 8 weeks. So it's been
Yeah,
it's a mess.
How
We've
does
got
she
that little
carry it?
sling for her.
How's
She's active and she chases the squirrels and climbs our fence.
she gonna dog it?
It's a mix, I don't know, but she's always climbing the fence and she tore one before and just let it heal on its own. And then she just decided to tear after them again and she tore them both
Once
at
they
the same
tear
time.
one, they stop bearing weight on it. They're really,
And then it
even if
started-
they don't look like it, they're really putting more
and then it
weight on
started
it.
to get
And
mixed
it's really
up
a
worse.
genetic thing. It's the angle of that tibial plateau is steeper in those dogs that do it.
Okay.
So it chronically, it ain't like a football player that
Right,
hyperextends or whatever. They can just stand up and bust it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And she came out that fence and she was in pain and
Oh,
she wasn't walking after that. So,
Yeah.
had
so
to do something.
I tell you,
Is it MIA?
MYA.
Is your practice up there?
Yes,
Cairo.
I went Cairo too.
I guess y'all worship at the same temple that,
We started a different one. I used to be very involved with the Chabad one, the one on Meridian. And Danny would come there a lot with his kids. He would come whenever there wasn't something going on at Shamray, that's the one I grew up at. But as an adult, I was going to this other one. I became friends with him. Well, I knew him and Wendy, but he was the one there most of the time. And then when he got divorced, we just became cool. We invited him to our house for, I asked him if we could do anything. He said, well, I don't have any place to go for Shabbos, for Friday night dinner. We said, well, come on. And he said, well, it's kind of a long drive back to Tallahassee. Can the kids stay? And we said, sure, stay in the guest room with his 2 boys. And it just kind of developed into a lot. And come in, I bet he spent at least one of every 3, there on Friday night.
2 a month.
Not every month. Well, fine, whatever.
2
2 of 3, 2 of 4, 1 of 3, whatever. Especially over the last probably 6 months, to be honest. It was a lot. I think it was even more so. Just
Until he started dating Amy, going to New York.
well, yeah, he was gone more to New York. When he was in town, it seemed like he would hang out more.
More with us.
Like,
Yeah.
not just Friday night and Saturday. He did holiday Thanksgivings. He was here.
So I guess my question is that it's so funny that they're in this interrogation room and they are being questioned about Dan Markell and Wendy's relationship. But, you know, the husband is kind of looking at the wife for confirmation. She's looking at him for confirmation. Like, how do you know how this works? Like, far as, are they telling the truth? I mean, I guess they don't have anything to gain out of not telling the truth. But if one person doesn't remember something a certain way and another person remembers it a different way, when you want them to be separate to be able to provide that information versus to getting confirmation from each other with looks or anything like that? Just a thought.
4th of July, yeah.
Yeah.
is
It's like
there a lot?
family. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if his parents contacted you yet.
They were he was talking,
Just talking.
that's what we were downstairs, because he was on the phone
Oh,
with
with
his mom, so.
About the house and
Yeah,
stuff.
she
Gave him the key.
the key.
Well,
So I'm not planning on we're gonna go get the freezer and do like she wanted, but
And only
she
follow
wanted
her
to do,
instructions.
well, she asked me not to give it to anybody except for maybe Sam Kimmelman or police, I guess, you know, if y'all need do y'all don't have a key yet?
We've already been to the
Yeah,
house.
so we.
Okay.
And I just want to know who the key holder is going to be. And it sounds like it's going to be you.
Yeah.
So if we need, for
She
whatever
did
reason,
mention, and I may end up, I couldn't hear very well on the phone, but she sort of halfway mentioned that maybe Sam Kimmelman might be okay to make a copy for her. I'm just going to let her get through to Shiva up there, and once that's all done, I told her to call me, and then we can talk more in detail. If she
Yeah,
says to do that, I'd be happy to make one for him, because honestly, it'll be easier. You know,
right.
He lives down here, and
But
we
you're
come
going to
down
wait
here.
for what she says.
Yeah, I'm not going to give it to anybody except for police, unless they until she tells me otherwise. So.
Yeah. There's one person that's asked for it, and I don't want her to know that we have it.
Yeah.
Who was that?
We're not gonna
Okay.
mention anything about who
Tamara.
has the
Tamara.
key.
Yeah, I don't want her to know that we have it.
Yeah, I don't know the whole story behind
She
it.
just seems really pushy. I've only
Yeah.
met her, and she just
Yeah,
too
I think
much.
her heart's in the right place,
I
but
do.
she's obviously
pushy
a
about
little
it.
much.
Yeah.
Tell us all about the history.
Of
Well, obviously
where do we start?
you met Danny first.
Right. We knew.
And we were going to do this separate. So that's fine. Just like we can't listen to two people
Okay.
talk at the same time.
Okay.
So one can start and the other one can fill in the.
Hey, they're like, they don't want her to know. She really pushy. Like, please don't let her know that we know that we talking about this in any shape, form, or fashion. Wow.
Blanks or whatever.
Let me start, because I think I knew him
You
first,
knew him
really.
first. You did.
You know, just again because of at Shul, and this was at Chabad, and that went on for a while, and it's mostly he had a, you know, he's an intellectual, you know, he likes to talk and debate things all the time, and so we were discussing religion most of the time, and you know, eventually I met Wendy. She came for something, and he had shared it over time. Sort of, I knew when they were starting to have some disagreements, you know, and it was a lot. I knew about it because it was religious stuff. A lot of times, it was him wanting to be stricter.
He wanted to be stricter in his home as far as keeping kosher, and Wendy didn't. So it was just, you know, little things like that.
Which, I mean, we were even going through that
yeah.
at some point. So it was, you know, I was like telling him about how, you know, well, I understand, you know, you agree, well, we're going to compromise, we're going to do this. And then she wouldn't do that. And he would be like, well, I'm compromising and trying to make an agreement. You know, it's those kind of frustrations. And honestly, we went to Shabbos. We went to dinner once. You understand? If you don't understand a word we're saying, we went Friday night.
Friday night.
I just, it's like, she was saying the other day, fatoy.
Okay, that's
I've never heard that word.
Feh, she said, Feh is like an old Yiddish lady, like it's like saying, like,
I'd
you know,
never
the old
heard
thing,
that
like
term.
you spit when you say something. Like Feh is just like a
A
Yiddish
bad
person.
toy.
So she was saying fetoy, meaning
Like a weapon or sword or gun or something.
I've never heard that before either.
We've never heard
She was just she just meant Feh, like Feh meaning like fooey her, like fat, like his dad, I don't want anything to do with it. So fat toys to her was violent toys, and he was like that too.
He was like that.
It
It was funny. We had a Barbie movie playing, and it was like Three Musketeers, and they were doing swords. And he came in, and he was like, "Maya, I think there's too much cartoon violence on the TV."
We checked what it was. It was Barbie.
We were like, Danny, it's a Barbie movie. I think it's
we
okay.
felt guilty a little bit because we kind of were like,
We didn't.
Danny, like,
You're going overboard. Yeah.
You need to. Those boys don't want to be like that. Because our boys are kind of rough, and I mean, even he made me get my dog out one time. Remember?
Yeah.
I had a dog. I have a great Dane that attacked one of my other dogs, and when
He didn't want him
him
there. He didn't want the dog, so we had to take it to the office. Okay, go back to it.
Getting sidetracked.
You had shop.
Yeah, so Shabbos dinner, and we were like, because we were still fussing a little bit in between us back then, and I remember because they were so like almost like overly perfect. I remember leaving going like, golly,
Yeah, I told him, I was like, I felt horrible. I was like, I'm a horrible wife.
Yeah.
They're all happy and lovey and singing and dancing, and here I am just like.
Right, and he had shared even by that point, but they occasionally had disagreements, but I didn't know, because probably 6 months after that, I realized they were having more disagreements, and I mean, I think they were even in counseling,
Yeah.
And that's sort of the short of the first part of our relationship.
Well, the first part was we had dinner with them. We thought everything was perfect. They put on, it just seemed too perfect. When you would see them out, they were very lovey. If you go back and look at his Facebook page, it's happy 60th wedded bliss, 60th month, or, it was like, who says this stuff? He's too mushy or too lovey or lady bear. It was always the bears.
Yeah.
They were always the bears. And so they kind of were having trouble, and then next thing we know, they're getting a divorce.
They're getting divorced. I knew they were having problems, but I didn't know it was anywhere near that.
It was after Lincoln, after they had their second child.
And I don't remember
We don't
months and everything, but it was right after that had happened, and he was completely shocked. I'm sure you've heard the story of how everything went, occurred from 1,000 people by now, but.
Well, we want to hear from y'all because you're you're one of the closer ones.
Yeah, I saw him. I bet it was probably the week it happened. And he said, "Yeah, I went to New York, and either she called him or he called her when he got off the plane and said, don't want to do this anymore."
She called him, I think, and said, I want a divorce, and he tried to get on the plane to come back.
Right. And by the time he got there,
she waited till he was out of town.
Yes.
And then
Right.
And I think he came back very quickly. In other words, it had been planned, because he got back and the house was cleaned out. The bank accounts were, I don't know if they're all the way empty, but they were certainly half
empty. She had moved a bunch of money. I don't know. He had separate like investments and money, and she
wouldn't tell him where the kids were for it took 2 weeks, I think, for her to even agree to meet him with somewhere with the kids. It was very strange.
She would not tell.
We remember going golly, this is
Y'all heard that? So she called him while he was out of town in New York and said, "I'm leaving you. These are the divorce papers." Remember, and they're testifying that, hey, Dan was trying to get him a flight immediately back to, kind of stop this. I don't know, to stop it, maybe plead his case. By the time he got back, the divorce papers was on the bed. She had packed up the house and she was out. Deuces. They was all up in the business, Vanessa, all up in the business. Dan was calling up, crying, talking about how his wife then left him and blase. I wonder, y'all think this is going to be the friend that testifies? Yes, Leah, she waited until he was on the plane in New York. It was like, I'm done. When you get back, I won't be here. Yeah, I did hear that she left the divorce papers on the bed. She took everything from the house. And that was a lot of the problem that they were fighting in the divorce settlement, because she was accused allegedly of taking all these things out of the house. Remember, they brought up when she was testifying that their divorce settlement had got so petty that they were arguing over a tennis racket. So, yeah, there's that.
certainly not a threatening personality. Like he's not a
He's not
dominant, like,
abusive,
you know,
yeah,
just treat him like, that's like what a battered person, like a battered spouse would do. And she was just very unreasonable about it. You know, I know we don't hear a whole lot of Wendy's side of anything. It was very difficult we saw her very shortly after that and just told her, give her our condolences. I'm sorry this is happening, but you know, it's very difficult to be friends with both of them, you know.
Right,
and Danny was the one we always see at shul. But you know, that same week that happened, we said, well, what can we do? And you know, again, he said, well, I have no place to go for Shabbos dinner, and so we invited him over.
and then that's how it
went
happened.
from there, and it kind of gradually became
Closer.
you know, closer and closer. I mean, almost to the point sometimes where we felt like boundaries, like
Yeah, we would be
boundary
like,
Danny, like it's time to go. We got stuff to do. You know.
yeah. It's like we had to kick him out. You
Yeah.
know, he wouldn't leave. He would stay all day.
Danny didn't take no for an answer very well from people, but he did not say no either. I mean, he was very engaging, you know. But it's just, you know, you knew what Danny was after 5 minutes of meeting him. It was very obvious, you know, what he is.
But he was I mean, like you heard at the funeral, like he truly, when he would come, he would bring stuff. He never came empty-handed. With his boys, he doted on them. Bedtime, I mean, he slept with them. Like he had family bed with his boys. So
he was he was overboard in some of that. I feel like
overly
it was just
involved,
too much. We went like he didn't. I don't think he mowed his grass. You know, I don't think he cleaned his house. I think
he didn't have.
They had help to do kind of everything. And he's a professor, so he doesn't work. Like he didn't have a normal, like we go to work and then come home and then half the time we got to do stuff or we have to go back on call. He didn't have those same. So we were like,
he couldn't understand. He didn't
why you
understand
guys
that we mow our grass,
why are you
that
mowing
we
that?
clean our
Getting on a
house.
tractor,
He didn't understand that we did those things
And
ourselves.
he literally, I mean, I think when they were married, I'm sure he did more with work. You know, I mean, in fairness, I'm sure he was out of town some.
He traveled to Israel some.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure it was. But after the divorce, when he had the kids, and he didn't really do anything else. You know, we joke, he could fill our schedule up, and if we couldn't do it, he had other people lined up to do stuff with. You know, I think through this divorce, you know, again, it's his perspective that we know, but she was pretty unreasonable about a lot of stuff, and frankly vindictive and mean. You know, she just did not. You know, he would kind of.
He said Wendy was unreasonable, vindictive to him. He was all up in that marriage, boy. Like, oh. And it don't seem like they were really getting this information from Wendy. It seemed like Dan was out here spilling all the information, like telling everything that's going on in his household. That's probably why she divorced him. He talked too much. You're not supposed to be telling your friends what's going on in your house. You're supposed to keep that to yourself. Wow. Interesting.
He constantly tried to kind of keep things civil, and he never, even with us, he shared details, and it wasn't ever really like mean to her. It was like he was upset at what she did, but you know, there's a difference. Like, you know, you can get mad at somebody and talk bad about them. And
like he wanted to talk to the boys on Skype every day, even if it was her day with them or they with her. He expected her to call him to let him speak to the boys. I think
that was
in the agreement they were supposed to do 20 minutes a day. You know, she wouldn't do that, and that bothered him, and she had a ring of his uncles that he wanted back. She wouldn't give it back, and she said if his uncle asked for it, she'd return it. Well, if he asked for it, she wouldn't return it. You know, it was little
he's
things.
Like 98 years old.
Yeah, it was things like that I think once the custody agreement was settled, where it was almost 50-50, that's all he cared about to kind of settle the divorce. But once he had that custody locked in and he started thinking about those things, that's when he was like, well, I'm going to fight for it. You know, I'm going to go back and I'm going to fight for this.
I think the change was the relocation, the conflict they had. When that happened, I think in his mind, he switched to because I do feel like before that he was kind of giving in to everything she wanted. He was
Because
just
she
trying to
wanted
save the idea that they were both going to be able to communicate nicely and raise these
co-parent,
kids.
which
That's the
was
word
never
he
gonna
used,
happen,
co-parent.
co-parent.
And I understand her perspective in that she was trying to get away from him. And she, you know, and here, even on her days with the kids, he's got a Skype with them. You know, I understand it can be frustrating, but that's their agreement, you know. But when that happened, I think it switched a little bit. And that's specifically what I want to tell you. I mentioned it at the memorial. I'm sorry, I wasn't very much, you know, I had slept 2 hours and driven a lot and upset, but that switched in his brain from, okay, I'm done being nice. And, you know, and then he started thinking about all that, like Maya said, all the things that he kind of just got screwed over about. And something, and I don't know the details, but I think I talked to him on Tuesday, the Tuesday before he died. We were at Panama City Beach, or I was at Panama City. She was working. She didn't come till late that night. But he called me, so I called him back, and he said, "I got good stuff to tell you. You know, I got lots of big stuff going on." And I was like, "Well, now you got me curious," you know. And he said, "Well," and he brought up his girlfriend in New York, just because they had last time she came down, they were, you know,
They
were off a
little bit.
And
The girlfriend?
yeah.
Yeah.
And so he went back to New York with her.
He wasn't gonna go back. She was here for just a couple days.
She was here. She was supposed to be here for longer than she was.
And
she was spazzing out because her kid, she's recently divorced too, or I don't even know if they're actually divorced all the way yet, but their one child was at camp, and he has some
ADHD. He was diagnosed with ADHD.
Hyper kid, I guess, but she was upset about him, you know, and so she was going to leave it when she came. She agreed to come, but she was only going to stay a little bit, and then he ended up going back with her. And then when he came back, you know, apparently they had some kind of good
breakthrough, everything. It was a good thing that he went with her.
Are we talking too much together?
No.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of tension the last time she was down.
When
And so
she
then
was
it felt like they worked it out.
They worked it out.
But I don't think it was tension like their tension was that she didn't want necessarily the relationship out in the open at that point.
Yeah, she didn't want to make
She
it
was like, I'm not
public.
even
And Danny
legally
was,
divorced all the way yet, you know, that
Y'all
kind of
met
thing. What's that?
Y'all met her?
Yeah,
yes,
we met her
yeah,
twice.
Yeah, we had
She
dinner
came down
with her.
twice.
Yeah, when she stayed at our house the one time.
Yeah, the first time she came, we went to
stayed at
Williams
our
in
house.
Thomasville, and then came back and they stayed there.
They stayed at our house. The second time we had dinner at Mosaic.
I don't remember what restaurant, whatever it is, everybody.
Market Square. Market Square. I think
There
it's
is a Mosaic in there.
So when the two times she's come, one time she stayed at our house, and the second time we just met her for dinner.
And she seemed fine
She's
to us,
wonderful.
but she really
She doesn't travel well. I just think she hates flying. She just doesn't travel well, so she panics.
Yeah.
Literally
But
panics.
they bottom line is I think they kind of finally agreed how they were going to handle everything. And like he said, he specifically said I made it kind of a breakthrough with Amy, and blah blah blah, and everything was good. And that case that he had going on in New York, he was excited about working on that. I think financially it was a good thing for him, and I think probably ego wise it's probably good for him.
Yeah.
And that's it. But and this is again, Amy's the one who told me this, but because I already knew about what was going on with his case, with the divorce case. And today I called to check on Amy, and she said that he filed all that stuff. I think on Thursday, the day before this happened.
It could potentially get Wendy disbarred or something.
Yeah. There's a big
thing.
I can't remember every detail of it. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I think she perjured, basically, is what it is. He said she did not disclose certain things in their under oath, and I think going back, I don't know how big of a deal they were. I think some of them were some of the complaints were probably not that big of a deal, but he was going to file sanctions against her lawyer. And her lawyer even. I think her lawyer was going to be a problem. It was going to be in potentially some issues with her profession. And enough that I know the lawyer quit,
recused themselves from
her lawyer quit after he started all this, and then his lawyer quit because Danny said he felt that lawyer felt bad for going after another lawyer.
Or I thought, didn't his wife work paralegal or something for
He didn't tell me that. He told me because he didn't want to go, he felt guilty for going after another lawyer. I don't know what you're talking about with the paralegal.
I thought, yeah.
Well, tell him that.
Well, I don't know that one lawyer's wife paralegaled for another lawyer and it was a conflict of interest. I have no idea. You know, that's all I know. You know.
That's what you heard him say, something like
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm. I have no idea. Now, as far, that's the only thing as far as like the whole Wendy thing. Now, Danny did, after the divorce, he dated a lot of women. He would tell us about it. You know, he was very open about it. And, you know, some of them he would tell us a lot. There was one in particular that was married. And we.
I found their names today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to call Amy because she knows these are all legal academics. All three
They're
of them
all
were
lawyers.
And
And
Amy was aware of all of them, his
Yeah.
new girlfriend.
Yeah,
Yes.
she knew all about it, but she knew they were before her, you know. But
But there was
she doesn't know one of them.
Yeah.
But you don't know.
You could tell.
Okay. These are their names. These are the two names. Lisa Kerr.
She was
I
married.
think she was still in contact with Danny and friendly. None of
Okay.
these were serious relationships, but you know, at least not on Danny's perspective. This one, Nancy Leong, was the one that I remember this happening. She was the one who was married.
She's married. She kind of freaked out on him. They were supposed to meet at the beach one weekend, and it was supposed to be like you know, Danny was excited about it. And she got there and was like, you know, don't touch me. You know, she met him there, but
Yeah.
it was
And
like
I can't verify. I know that Nancy was one of the names of the girls and Lisa was one of the names.
there was
Amy
no,
said she knows that's the one that Danny talked about that was crazy, that
Yeah.
did this. She knew
She
they went
was
to the beach and
married.
everything.
and her husband is actually applying for a faculty position at FSU.
Well, she told me, Amy told me today that Danny didn't want really anyone to know that him and this girl had hooked up at some point because, Nancy, because Nancy's husband is also a lawyer and was applying, maybe Amy said applying to something at FSU, and he didn't want professionally that to
come
become
out.
a,
So.
you know.
And then there's a Turkish one.
But when
I
she
don't
went to the
like
beach, though, I remember when they went to the beach, like Maya said, it was like a very big disappointment. Danny said, I think he woke her up or something at night. She freaked out and didn't talk to him the whole rest of the time. Afterwards, she said she had some paper due in the Harvard Law Review, and that was why she was just under a lot of stress of dealing. But the bottom line is their relationship was done after that.
How long ago was that?
It was before he started dating Amy, so before
remember when they
January,
started
so
I have no clue on
I
that.
don't know
So,
when.
Amy
Amy
and started this 2014, January 2014.
Sometime, like they've been
I think
dating
they've
8
known each other
months.
longer, but I think the dating part was.
Do you know if any of these have recently contacted him
I know,
since?
well,
Lisa.
I know that Lisa, I think.
When he was in New
Yeah,
York
Amy even told me a
last.
story about Lisa calling him about some cockroach. I'm assuming you've talked to Amy plenty.
I've talked to him.
Yeah.
Did she mention something about Lisa?
Didn't mention any of these women.
Okay.
Those are
I think she's not.
heavily medicated.
She
I don't
sounds
know.
like it.
Yeah.
She told me actually, she goes, I just took another tranquilizer.
Yeah, she's heavily medicated.
But please don't assume that we know any of this
Okay.
stuff.
Okay.
Well, and again, like this one, just from talking to Danny and the fact that she has an open marriage
Well,
and is doing
I
that.
cautioned him.
like-
I'm like, Danny, you're nuts. She's married. Don't
Yeah.
get into
And,
it.
you know,
Does her husband have the same last name?
I have no idea.
Do
I
not-
know that she worked, well, I don't know, but per Amy, she works at the University of Denver.
Leong.
Leong, Leong.
She
Yeah,
works at the University of Denver.
they're all in academia.
And her husband's a lawyer
lawyers.
too. I don't
Yeah,
know his
so
name.
it's-
For all I know, I don't know if Danny asked her husband if it was an open marriage,
Right.
who knows?
But he was actually coming to Florida or applying for a job here
I don't know.
at Florida State.
I don't know. I mean, that's what Amy said. That's
Okay.
not, Danny did not tell me that. So,
But Danny told us about this relationship and we were like, stay
Yeah, well,
away.
yeah, well, I was like, what are you doing with a
What
girl
do you
like
do
that?
with a married woman?
Was
Uh,
her first, or were these
They were
simultaneous?
simultaneous.
They were all
They
kind
were
of all
within
around.
within
Yeah.
a few months period. He was
Yeah.
going to conferences.
They was way into this relationship for me. They know everything. Dan was really talking to them all the time, right? Since they had been in Tallahassee, this is amazing to me how much information they know in regards to this, right? They never, I don't think they ever called them in on any of these cases to testify, guys. I don't recall them ever being giving testimony in the court case. I could be incorrect, but I don't think they did. Like, they keep finishing each other's sentences and stuff. How cute.
And at one conference, I think he
He
said they were
said
all there.
that
All three
all
of them.
3 of them were there at the same
Oh, I bet that
conference.
was tough.
Yeah, can you imagine?
But yeah, Lisa, Amy told us that recently when Danny was up there visiting with her, because what would happen when Amy would have her son, Danny would have to go stay in his friend's apartment up there.
Amy didn't want Danny around Harry, like didn't want Harry aware,
Right. And she said that Danny, and she said Danny asked her permission to still be friends with Lisa, and she said okay. But she said Lisa had asked Danny to called him at midnight or something and asked him to squash a cockroach or something, I got a bug in my house or whatever, and Danny told her I can't do that, it's not appropriate. So and then the third one was a Turkish girl. I remember him saying that she was half Turkish, either half Turkish or full Turkish. She didn't know who Amy doesn't remember who that is. She does know that he saw her in January at something, but he doesn't know her name or anything else.
Well, okay, let's try to get the timeline here. I mean, I know there was all 3, but really there was one, and
No, they were really
they were really all kind of together.
okay, but
literally all 3.
Yeah,
at this, I mean, but
literally.
Talking about in the same day, or
Yeah.
no. I'm saying he had to have met one first, and then the second one the next day.
I think he probably knew all these people for a long time. They're legal academics, so he
All of them are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he probably knew them, and then kind of,
This is Amy actually.
I would wait.
Yeah.
Are y'all that close to her?
No, but I called her to ask for Shelly's number earlier. I don't know Danny's sister, and I couldn't get a hold of Ruth or Phil earlier.
Okay.
So,
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
but we have checked on her every day.
We're the ones that broke the news to her.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
So I feel a little bit
Yeah,
like she needs to be, and she stayed at our house. We know her. Well,
Yeah,
I say
we know
her.
her.
I feel like we know
What
her.
do you know about her divorce situation or her prospective ex-husband?
Well, I said,
future
we laughed. I was saying that they had joked that Amy
Yeah.
had a bad marriage, but an amicable divorce.
And that's
And
what Danny said.
Yeah, this was Danny's words.
Danny had a horrible marriage. I mean,
No,
a
a
good
good
marriage
marriage,
and a horrible divorce.
horrible divorce.
Obviously, it wasn't good.
Lynn, he works for
His
the
name is Lynn Robbins.
Lynn
which
Robbins.
I'm sure you all know that. He's a sports writer, I think.
sports
But,
writer.
I mean, I think
for
he
the
even
Knicks
offered.
or Nets or
I asked Danny
They're
about that,
friendly.
and Danny said he even offered his apartment to him at one point or something like that.
Yes.
I think it was amicable.
yeah.
I think it was fairly, that he knew about Danny for sure.
Okay.
And I don't think there was any threatening.
And Wendy knew about Amy.
Right. So Lisa Kerr is where's she at?
I'm assuming New York.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where she's at. I'm assuming New York though.
But this Nancy Leong works in Colorado.
This per Amy.
Right.
I couldn't come up with Nancy Leong on my own. I had to call Amy and say, to Danny, do you know about your girls Danny was dating before he met you? And there was one that was married and a little crazy, and she repeated the whole story to me about the beach. He must have told her,
She came to the beach to meet him.
Yes.
Came all the way from Denver.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
So that's why it was so weird. She traveled to meet him there, and
He
then
went to New Orleans to a conference. Was it New Orleans where he was joking about all 3 of them were there?
yeah,
I think it was New Orleans. So if you can look back somehow and find whenever he was in New Orleans, I think that's when he was with all 3 of them.
All
I
three
think
were
literally,
there.
I think he actually hooked up with 2 of them
probably
maybe
to
that same
weekend.
weekend.
And what I was trying to
I mean,
figure out,
I don't think they know each other,
Right,
but
I was trying to figure out a month that he got
Whenever
together.
that conference in
Conference
New
in New Orleans. Okay.
Yeah, the conference in New Orleans.
I mean, that will be fairly accurate because this
Accurate.
didn't last that long. This only lasted a month probably,
Or maybe a little longer, because I
Maybe.
remember just telling him, Danny, what the heck?
It wasn't, I mean, 3 months at the most. I mean,
Really?
comparatively to
long
most people's
term.
relationships, it was not a
Long
long
term.
thing with any of these,
And how long was was the gap between these ladies and Amy?
It kind of all ran together, you know.
Oh, so we're
Yeah.
talking that this was maybe only,
Mhm.
Prior.
Yeah,
or-
probably, yeah.
to that
into
point.
2013?
Because Amy joked with him. You remember he said that she wanted him to get tested because this one girl got around and she knew her.
Okay. Yeah, this is like academic incest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know,
Yeah. they all-
even we have that joke.
Yeah,
in
we
med
were
school,
like,
that
we
faculty
were
and
joking with Danny, like, oh my God.
And in his work, I mean, he was a big deal for that. You know, so he goes to conferences, and the other big deal, they just all know each other, you know, because they all publish stuff and yeah. But I just thought about that like, man, she was crazy. I think about, and she was married.
Right, that's what Amy said to Danny. You remember she
I
wanted
can't
him
remember that
to.
exactly.
Okay,
I
we
know he had
talked
to get tested before he would go. hook up
Oh,
with her.
with Nancy, she made him one of them made him be
This one made him be
tested.
tested. Nancy did. I remember because he was excited about going to the beach.
Yeah.
Because he was,
This young lady, I don't even know how to.
Tamara,
Yeah.
Tamara, was there
yes.
anything more between them?
I think.
I think she thinks it's more than probably what Danny never mentioned her to me. I had never even heard of her until
he did with me a little bit,
Okay.
but it was a passing. I think he considered like being in a relationship with her like that, because after the divorce, he was kind of going like, "Well, I'm going to."
But I think
how am I going to meet somebody Jewish in
I
Tallahassee?
think they did hook up in Tallahassee.
They may have. I mean, I don't. You know, they may have had a little short fling or something, but it's. You know, I don't know.
Where do they know each other from?
They went to Harvard Law
They went to
together.
Harvard undergrad.
He said that.
Yeah.
I know she said that. I want to know if he had said that.
He said she'd been a friend for a long time. I met her at Lake Ella once, and I met her and I asked him about her, and he said she's divorced too. And I think she has a little emotional instability, you know, but not. You know, I don't know.
I met her for the very first time the day of the funeral.
Oh.
We met at Panera, and she was like, "I want to go there early."
You need to back up and tell them how it started, because she just randomly texted you for some
Randomly,
reason,
yeah,
and she was like, "Who?"
There you go. He said, no, you need to back up. Tell them how it started. How it all started. I mean, they know all the girlfriends, the boyfriends. They were so involved in this relationship. They neither one of them were having an affair. They were very involved in this relationship. Right? Like, wow. TMI.
Is that? And I'm like, "Oh, I know her. That was Danny's friend." You know?
Right. When I posted the notice for Danny's memorial on my Facebook page, she immediately friended me. I don't know who this girl is. Immediately friended me, and then started messaging me.
And she's been fairly active since
Fairly
then.
active, contacting me since then.
And
then
Amy and his girlfriend now.
Right. And then she said, "Can we please meet at Panera before the funeral?" So I was like, okay.
You skipped a little bit though. What happened? She was obviously very upset. My wife was we were out of town, and she wanted to get, you know. Anyhow, we ended up coming home early, but my wife was kind of spazzing out too, and so I think that she said, "Well, what can we do? Can we help?" And Maya wanted to do something, so they said, "Okay, well, we'll help set up for the memorial."
I
didn't talk to
there
anybody else at
early.
the shul. They just kind of said, "Okay,
Right,
well,
we
we'll meet
met-
in the morning and go over there." So.
Right, we met in the morning at Panera and then went over to Shomri, and we helped set up and put chairs out, get everything ready. But I met her at Panera, and literally within 5 minutes I got, I was like, wait a
But she
minute.
asked his family for a shirt
So at
she
his
could
house.
sleep with it. It's weird.
It's weird, yeah.
I did call. Have you talked to the McMahons, Courtney McMahon yet?
And
Darren.
I have not.
Okay, well, they're
also
friends. They're a couple like us, and they're friends, but they've moved to Boston or are in the process of moving to Boston.
But
But
I
anyway,
called her
we
and said, "Is
asked-
she crazy?" Like, and they said yes, but in a nice way.
In a nice way.
Yeah.
So, but I just, she made me feel like something's wrong.
Yeah.
Like she was too pushy. We need to get a key. We need to talk to his parents. We need to, I want to go through the house. I'm like, who are you? I have never heard Danny talk about you. It was.
Well, that's why I was kind of asking, but he had talked to her about with you.
Yeah, but it wasn't from my perspective, she was a longtime friend that he was friendly with, but not, you know.
But she let
Yeah,
on
I mean,
to me.
I think his comment was, well, he used words like she was a Judeophile. I mean, because we're talking about like, well, why would you even consider dating her
anybody if they're
she's
not Jewish?
Is what I told her,
It was
because he
what-
wanted, I said, that's what just got you divorced, is your arguments over religion.
Why are you dating
why would
someone
you
that's
do that
not
again?
Jewish?
You know? And she said, and he said, well, she's a Judeophile. She would probably,
Convert.
she would probably convert or whatever. And that was kind of the end of that discussion. I don't necessarily know that they hooked up or anything.
Well, I do, just from that, because she was like, I'm sure Danny told you, and I was like,
Okay, well, she told her.
yeah,
Not Danny,
and I was like, maybe, I don't really remember, but okay. And then I remembered the word Judeophile, that I guess it sort of clicked of who she was, but she made it out to be like they were very close in law school, that everyone in their class knew that they were very close.
Well, she set up that fund for his kids, and apparently Dan's sister asked her not to do that. And she did anyhow, which is just weird.
Yeah, and that they had been intimate recently, and I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, usually Danny tells us. I didn't hear about
He
this.
doesn't shy away from
He doesn't
telling us
shy
about
away from
his
telling
personal
us.
stuff, yeah.
And I was like, I don't know who this person is. And so that's the only thing. And she's just been kind of very pushy with me. And I'm like, and I don't know her. I've literally met her the day.
She does seem very nice, but
nice.
it does seem like it's coming out of a nice place, like she's truly grieving and upset, but it's a little weird.
It's just weird.
So we can honestly say that his relationship with Amy started in January.
Well, yeah. She said 8 months. They've been together 8 months.
She said
It's almost, well, August would be 8 months, but.
Yeah, it's around, the only reason why I know is her first visit to Tallahassee was around Valentine's Day, because that's when she came and stayed at our house, was in February.
I can't remember.
And we went
I'm
out.
bad at day. I can't even remember my kids' birthdays.
Yeah.
You are gonna be in trouble.
I know.
Because I'm the one who has to fill out all the paperwork.
Yeah. But I can say it was around Valentine's Day. I remember that it was around Valentine's Day.
But when that started with Amy, these were done.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, when
There was a
he,
break,
for
right,
sure.
when he started dating with Amy, it was exclusive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it was exclusive. On
And
his
fairly quick,
end,
I think.
yeah, fairly quickly.
I mean, I think he went pretty head over heels pretty quick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
And they
fell
stayed
for.
together the entire time.
Yes, they did not break up.
Exclusively.
Yes,
Yeah, they didn't
they
break
have
up.
not broken up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know her.
Side, but no,
Right,
he,
no, I'm just saying, did he have anybody?
No, he did not.
no one since he dated Amy. No one else.
And they had a little riff when she was down
A
here,
little tension.
but had to go back to
Right.
New York and he went with her.
Right.
And things were good.
And I hate to call that a riff, but I guess.
No, because the 4th of July, he showed me, or whenever they went to Shelter Island, he showed me the pictures from Shelter Island on his phone of him and Amy.
Yeah, I remember that. Was that
The one
that's when
that,
he
one
went
of the
back?
ones that she had posted on Facebook.
Was that when they went back?
No, that was previous, whenever he went to Shelter Island. I don't know. It was before the 4th of July.
Is that up there?
Yeah.
She has a home on Shelter Island, which is like, I don't know, Hampton-ish, who
Okay.
knows, she's wealthy. But she has a home on Shelter Island. He went and visited her. They took a ton of pictures. He showed me when he came back. They looked super happy. So,
Was there any discussion between Danny and you all about Wendy wanting to relocate to South Florida?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's
that was
what we're talking about.
that was a major thing.
When was that?
Whenever the motion got denied.
Well, I mean, it was short, whenever she filed it. I mean, I think everything she did was a surprise to him through this.
She never told
Like,
him.
they
He was
didn't
like-
discuss it for a while, and it was just like a week ago, he got a notice saying that he had to be at some meeting because Wendy had enrolled the kids in a different school and didn't talk to him about it or anything, and he was wondering, like, that's what I talked to him at the beach, when I was at the beach actually about it, I think, because he was like, well, I got to make a decision by whatever day, and it only gave me 24 hours to, I haven't even visited the school, but he said it has a good reputation, and so maybe it wouldn't be that bad of a deal, but
That was Tuesday night?
it was Tuesday, I think, and
Tuesday.
I tried to look at it in my phone, but my phone doesn't save everything. It jumps. There's a big gap in it for some reason, but she wasn't there yet, and I didn't get there till Monday night at like midnight. So I'm pretty sure it was Tuesday morning, Tuesday afternoon sometime.
That was the last time you talked to him?
Mm-hmm.
You remember what school it was? Was it?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm sure Wendy does though. I mean, I don't even know what his decision was. Yeah.
Anybody at the, so really after all this contention between them, you all didn't have any contact with Amy, I'm assuming?
I don't think so.
No, once
Just Danny.
yeah,
And Danny
just
told me he had like a big breakthrough. Everything was wonderful. Like
Couldn't wait to
finally
share
kind of
us the
opened
good
everything up,
news.
you know.
And that's the thing you're talking about on Tuesday,
He
right?
told me that on Tuesday.
Okay, so you got, he's happy because he's got this new consulting thing, this case up in
Mm-hmm.
New York.
Right.
What else was he happy about?
Amy. Like a big breakthrough with Amy.
Breakthrough with Amy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then he was aggravated about the school.
The school, but
I think that was Tuesday that he told me that.
But there was some, I know, but there was everybody's schedules. But there was something he filed.
Yeah.
Was that not part of
Okay.
it?
Yes.
That was not part of that conversation that day. Amy's the one who told me that he was supposed to file that. He told Amy, I think on Wednesday, that he was going to file that tomorrow, which would have been Thursday.
Okay.
And it would, because he was making, she said there was a whole story about how he
Wendy
said
was
that
being
Wendy was
very
being
nice
nice
to
the last their
him.
conversation. She actually talked to him and was kind of halfway
Nice.
nice. And he said, well, that was nice, but it's going to go away because when she sees what I'm filing, it's going to just, she's going to be pissed. You know? And, but he had already told us what he was doing as far as the filing, you know, a month and a half
We
ago.
knew.
I don't know how legal, you know, how long it takes to do it. I know his lawyer quit and that probably put him back a little bit.
Well, yeah, he was gonna make sure that it be brought out that she perjured and she lied about the assets is all that he
There were
was
some
saying.
other things, but it was little
It was
things, but they all add up. And if you're a lawyer, you really shouldn't be doing that. You know,
Yeah,
paying
he
attention to
lied
that
about
detail would be very
certain
important.
assets that she disclosed on the financial documents of the divorce is what basically he was mad about. And the ring.
The ring is pretty.
The ring never came back.
No.
Did you all, since his death and the memorial at the synagogue and people's, did you all pick up on anything at the memorial, or have you had any contact with anybody that said anything?
Wendy texted me before the memorial and asked if we would be there.
Wendy did? You didn't tell me that.
I did.
It's okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
I don't know how much my own thoughts would cloud
Yeah.
some of those.
Right.
I mean, I guess this is time to be frank.
Yeah, Wendy had texted me and I texted back that yes, I would be there and Alex would be there. I have since tried to contact her and said, my kids are upset. Can we FaceTime with the boys? And it was one night and she didn't even answer until the next day. She said, my FaceTime's broken, whatever. And that was pretty much it. Let me see. Pretty much my only contact with her.
And we talked to her at the memorial for a couple
We
of
talked
minutes. She kind of,
barely, you know, she was frazzled. She just, Sunday at 7:35, will you be at the memorial today? And I said, yes. And then that night at 6:40.
You know, it's so strange hearing this about this memorial and everything. Y'all recall that Wendy did not go to his actual funeral. So why is that? Why didn't she go? Like, that's suspect, like, was their relationship, it could not, well, I'm not gonna say it couldn't have been that bad, because obviously it was that bad, right? Because they took actions in order to, at least I feel like she has allegedly taken actions to unalive him. But, you know, what do I know? I don't know anything.
42, I said, if possible, Gabe wants to FaceTime with the boys, and she didn't reply. back. Well, she did 3 hours later. So sorry, Aunt Maya. I just saw this. Was with Danny's family. FaceTime isn't working on my phone, but maybe the kids could come visit the boys soon. I said that would be great. Wasn't expecting her to FaceTime us today. Gabe just misses it. That was it.
Yeah, our middle son is
Yeah,
very, very
Gabe,
upset.
and that was my last contact with Wendy. As far as that, the only thing, and this is purely speculation, I have spoken to her father before because we're both dentists. We were at a birthday party for Lincoln's last.
I don't remember which one it was, but they came. They normally
Came.
She won't share birthday parties and let Danny be there.
Be
She
involved.
wants
She
separate
wants
ones. But she came to
separate.
his the last time he asked, and she agreed
She
to come.
came
She
and
brought
her parents came with her
So let me back up. I'm just trying to clarify. A birthday party at Danny's house,
at Danny's house for Lincoln.
which would have been, I don't remember what the birthday was.
October,
Okay.
no,
It was longer than that, I guess. It was longer than that.
whenever Lincoln's birthday.
This was, I think that was the first year they got divorced when that happened.
Oh,
I think.
No way.
No? Okay. Don't
It was
trust me.
when
Like I
all
said, I'm
this-
not good with that.
Yeah,
I'm
no
gonna go
way.
with her with the dates.
Yeah.
I told you you need to talk to my wife.
It was
on
when
Sunday.
all this was going down, because he was, again, she's coming with her parents, but, this is gonna not happen when I file this motion.
Yeah.
It was another one.
Lincoln's the younger one,
Yes,
and his is in October.
yeah, October, okay.
So
So,
October
October a year ago. I mean,
2013.
yes,
You
2013.
can remember Lincoln's birthday, you better never forget mine. How do you remember that?
Davis,
I'm playing.
okay, Ben's in July. There's only 15 months difference, so it has to be. But it was a birthday party for Lincoln because I took the pictures. I remember Wendy came with her parents,
Okay.
and they were friendly to me.
They were.
They were very friendly.
But we
were
knew
talking-
they hated Danny, really.
They hate Danny.
hated Danny.
The
But-
parents.
Yeah.
her parents, they hate Danny. His parents hate her. It was from the wedding, from
Even
the
at the
very
memorial service, if
A lot of
if you knew
Everybody hated everybody. Everybody, they hated it from the beginning. Interesting.
everything, his mama's speech was
Directed
was
totally
very much
to
directly
Wendy.
towards.
To Wendy.
The things she mentioned were things that they fought about. The Jewish identity and making sure. I mean, she would put him on Skype when she did Skype. She put him on Skype eating
Eating
bacon,
bacon,
knowing
you do
that,
that.
that
Like
kind
it
of
was
stuff.
totally to piss Danny off. Like it was.
So that, and then the
But I was friendly with her parents. Like I talked to them because he's a dentist. His
Well, we
son
didn't
is a
wanna-
dentist. Like I tried to be
maintain
very
peace.
friendly. I tried to be engaging and talking with them. I didn't want them to feel, it was hard enough that they came. But at the memorial, they would talk to me. I don't know if they were mad at me. I don't know. Obviously, Wendy's not because she asked if I was coming. But her parents,
I don't know how much of it is them. I mean, they
Protecting.
know that everyone's first thought is going to be Wendy or her family, right? So it does put them in a little bit of a, I'm sure,
Defensive
defensive
mode.
situation. But yeah, I would not be surprised if that's how this all turns out. I'll lay it out there.
Okay.
I think they're mean. I think to do some of the stuff that they did during this divorce with Danny is just not reasonable, and just you hate to think somebody would ever actually, I'm assuming somebody was probably hired to kill him. You'd hate to think that somebody would do that over really anything, but somebody did, so it just makes more sense to me.
that's the
So I don't
only
know
thing
if I'm reading that
I was
into
like,
him.
either her,
The father in
someone,
particular.
right, the father in particular. He just set off with like a, not bad.
At the memorial.
Only at the
too many.
memorial, just because he wouldn't look at me and he didn't.
Yeah, I actually kind of tried to.
I was literally, not
I'm sure
very
he was
far.
uncomfortable, so I don't,
But I don't want to read into it that
Okay.
much, but because anybody could be emotional and
Wow. That's probably why they couldn't testify, because they seem like they very biased. I don't know. They like, even down to the memorial and all types of different things like, no. No, we didn't like them. They were mean. The family, when they were going through this divorce, they were doing all types of stuff they shouldn't have been doing. How they were so involved. Yeah, that's probably exactly why they were not able to testify, right? That's probably why they were not called. No. We do not want to do that. No, sirree. Yeah, so that seemed like putting their stuff in mud there. So yeah, that's probably why they did not have them. They telling all the business, right? Once again, shout out to Jay. I did drop his link in the chat in the description also for you guys. So definitely for any of these videos, a lot of great stuff on his channel. He has the one with Jeff also on here that we could probably watch. That's going to probably be really good too. Yeah, so shout out to him. I can't. The good thing about him is that let me just go back to his page. Sorry, guys. Let me just go back to his page. That'll probably be easier and quicker for me.
So I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like it feels like there's.
I think this is his. Well, let me make sure.
So I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. Go through all that in my head. I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved.
I was trying to see if I could get that or not.
Welcome everybody to the latest edition of Why Wendy is Going Down.
Okay, so I do.
You heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if I should.
It's all right.
So let me pull up Wendy's. Let's see what she's talking about. And this is just on Court Law and Crime Trial Network. So, yeah, let's see what she's seeing in her interrogation, her distraught self.
And just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. I hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right. You can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay. Do you have your identification with you? So you never took the last name of Markle?
No.
Adelson. Okay. Wendy with an I. Jill. All right. There was a shooting at your home or your ex-husband's home at 2116 Trescott. Okay. your husband, your ex-husband, excuse me, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? I have a message from him this morning. What happened?
Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How could this happen?
Can you, let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. And
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
it was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
Right.
So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and I need super glue for one of the boys' toys, and I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easy for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one. And
What time did he come to the house?
he called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was gonna take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry. And then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there and I just thought it was blocked. So I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so
I
you,
don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
Trescott, and just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with the divorce. But yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay.
If the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house. But yeah, it's shorter and I just usually drive by.
It's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just
Right.
a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton, and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, Benton.
Okay, all right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah,
And that was sometime after 12?
probably 12:30.
Okay, all right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol. And so they wanted bourbon. And I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and
Right.
my eyes. Like,
Your eyes?
he just said, your eyes are really blue.
Right.
And
You have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
But I just remembered it.
Right.
So I bought the bourbon and got some gas on Thomasville and met my friends at Mosaic.
Which gas station did you go to on Thomasville?
The one that's, I always forget the name, but the one that's close to the cross street, it's right next to the Goodwill.
Okay,
If you're heading north on Thomasville. If you're heading north on Thomasville, it's on your right.
okay, just past the Goodwill
Just
place?
past the Goodwill, it's close to the intersection there.
Okay, all right, and then from that point, you went straight to the
Went to Mosaic
Mosaic Restaurant?
and met friends there. I used to have kind of a steady Friday meeting and I hadn't seen my two friends in a while. And so we had made plans to meet up.
What time did you get to Mosaic?
About 1. I was a little late. We were supposed to meet at 1 and I got there a few minutes after.
Okay, all right, I know it's cold in here. Okay.
I think that's not why. I'm
Okay,
shaking.
I know it's part of it, but, do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
He's, oh God.
I hate to ask it now, but I have to do it now. You
I
understand, right?
understand. I understand. He had friends. He always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he owes money to me,
He owes money to you?
but not
Okay,
me.
okay, all right, all right.
Oh my God, we're poor kids. Oh, I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Well, we're still trying to determine, what happened and how it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay,
He was a very positive person.
okay. No one that you know of or that he's spoken to recently that he's had some type of problem with or that he was concerned about?
No one that he was concerned about. I mean, we've been separated for 2 years, so I don't know,
Right.
if he had something going on, I wouldn't know about it. But I mean, I had lost my voice earlier this week, and so we had put off this conversation about our son's school and where he was going to go, and he I can't. I know a lot of people didn't love him, but not anyone who would like hate him.
Okay.
He meant well. Everyone that knew him knows that he means well, but he's can be a little like argumentative,
Right.
but not he didn't owe anyone money. He didn't do anything except work and take care of his kids. He wasn't involved in anything bad.
Okay.
I can't believe this is happening.
I know. And he was a professor at the law school, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And your divorce has been 2 years or the total separation, I'm assuming?
Total separation's been 2 years. Our divorce was finalized last summer around this time.
Okay.
He wouldn't do this to himself. He has a girlfriend now.
Do you know his girlfriend?
I met her once in the last couple of weeks. She was visiting. She lives in New York.
Okay. Do you know anything about her?
I know some things about her. She's also a law professor. I know she's recently divorced and she has a son. I don't know if her divorce is final, but I think recently divorced.
Where's she a law professor at?
At NYU.
Okay.
And they seemed very happy. And I mean, I think that was a really good thing in his life. He seemed really happy about it. She came down here, she met the boys, and I met her and she told me how great she loved the boys. You know, like it seemed fine.
Did she ever stay at the house with him?
Just that one time.
When was that?
I remember because I just got back from being with my family in South Florida. Sorry.
It's okay. You're doing great.
So what date was it? I went with my family. It was my dad's 70th birthday and we went home for it. So his birthday was the 5th. I left Monday the 30th. So she
Save those tears for another day. That's my weekend voice. Y'all know that song? Save those tears for another day. Her nose all red and stuff. Boy, she doing it. She giving them all that action, all that good crybaby action. Ooh, ooh. Oh yeah, that's the weekend. Mm-hmm. You say that's your ringtone, Matthew? Just kidding, but you know it. I'm about to say, yeah. He say, save them tears for another day. Go on with that mess. She is acting. That nose is red. She don't know who, what, when, where, why. But wait a minute, I'm gonna tell you what I know. Yeah, 2 days later, she on the road to Miami, like, right, Pretty Brown? Absolutely. Oh, goodness. They, of course, you know, they still at lunch, so I am still looking at the great seal of Florida. Right? But as soon as they get back, we'll be back in the courtroom, guys. I am going to go ahead and continue to play our girl Wendy's interrogation. Oh, boy.
He must have come into town Saturday, the evening of the 28th.
What month? June. This past June.
Just now. So June 28th. And then she was there with the boys the 29th, and then I met her on the morning of the 30th when I picked up the kids to take them to South Florida.
Do you know when she left?
I could probably find it like in the email and stuff. I think she was here for like one more day, and then Danny went up to New York because I was with the kids in Miami for a good long while. I was there. I drove back July 10th, so I was there almost 2 weeks. And so I think he went up the next day.
Okay. Do you know her name?
I do. It's Amy Adler. Oh my gosh.
A-D?
A-D-L-E-R.
And she's a professor of law at NYU?
Yeah.
What kind of car does she drive?
I have no idea. I don't know if she has a car. She lives in New York City.
Well, so I mean, she was driving down. I mean, she flew down here, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you have her phone number?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know how long they were dating even. It seemed kind of serious if she met the kids, but I don't really know. he's been going up to New York for like conferences and stuff since Lincoln was about a few months old. So he's been going up there 3.5 years. So my guess was that they might have known each other for a long time, but have been dating. I don't know how long.
Well, let me ask you something. Does his relationship with her have anything to do with your all's divorce?
No.
No, it had nothing to do with
No.
an extramarital affair or anything?
No, but the only thing I'm thinking is Amy, I don't know what Amy's full divorce situation is like. So if you're gonna think of someone who's not thrilled with Danny, I don't know how happy her husband or ex-husband is with the situation.
Do you know anything about him?
I don't know anything about him.
So you know Amy Adler, she's a professor at NYU. She was down here from the end of June through the first part of July.
I think just a few days.
Right.
Yeah.
As visiting, but he'd been seeing her when he goes to New York on these conference
Yeah.
trips.
Well, he's in New York in the summertime. We have a week on, week off schedule with the boys. So whenever I have them for a week, he goes up to New York for a week. So he's been spending a lot of time up there.
Did he relay to you that he'd been seeing her up in New York, or that's where they met, or anything of that nature?
He didn't tell me about it, but I feel like he was pretty vocal with like our friends and people probably since December about her being his girlfriend. So
Okay. Who would be his best friend?
when we were still together, he had 2 best friends. Neither of them are in Tallahassee.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm completely blanking on their last names right now.
That's
There's
okay.
Matt Price, that was his best man at our wedding. And Josh Berman, who, Matt is in DC and Josh is in New York. Actually, he has a friend, I don't know if they're so close, but he and the boys sleep over at their house a lot. They're in Cairo, Georgia.
Okay.
That's probably his closest friend here.
Do you know his name?
His name's Alex Greenberg. He's a veterinarian in town, and they've got kids around the same age as our kids.
Is a vet here in town?
Mm-hmm. And I think
Do you know
they're
where his
close.
office is?
I don't. Maybe in Cairo.
Oh, he doesn't have office in Tallahassee.
I don't think so.
He's a vet in Cairo.
Their house is in Cairo. His wife is a dentist. I don't know if her practice is in town or in Cairo either. His wife is Maya, M-Y-A.
Okay. You're being very helpful. Okay, and I know it's hard.
I'm trying. I just
You're doing
can't
fine.
believe what's happening.
You're doing fine. I know it's all the shock. I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay.
I don't know who would do this.
Okay. Well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Danny. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't
Do you
think.
know who it is?
No, and I don't
What if
think.
they come after the boys?
I don't think that's going to be. I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't. But the boys are going to stay with you. Okay, and they'll be fine.
I don't know if I can take care of them like this.
All right. Where's your closest family at?
My family actually just talked to my brother this morning. My parents are in Coral Springs.
Okay.
And my brother, I have 2 brothers, but I'm very close to one of them who is in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. All right. So that's where you're from originally, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
His family's in Canada. Did they know? Did you tell them?
No, they haven't been notified
Oh
yet.
God. His parents are gonna be devastated.
Okay. This is what I want to do, okay? This is what happened, okay? Daniel's been shot, okay? And we have to find out why and who did this. Can you help with that?
I will try.
Okay. What I want to do right now to try to expedite things, okay, but I need your permission, is I want to take your cell phone and download all the information out of it. Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. And then we're going to make arrangements for you to get the kids, or we'll get the kids somehow, okay? Because the kids are at daycare, right?
Yeah.
And they're gonna need their mother,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I gotta get a form for you to sign, and then I'm gonna get the phone started,
Oh my
okay?
God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well, you had two of them up there for a last minute lunch date, right?
Last minute.
Well, I mean, you went up there, you're sitting with them. You have friends.
I do. What I meant by it is that Danny didn't treat me very well. And I'm
Okay.
so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something
Who
like
would
this?
do this?
I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking. Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I made my brother, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always this joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right. That's okay.
I said, he asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because my brother said it was cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never.
Well, you guys have been divorced for over a year. Has there been any type of abuse in that time?
Of him towards me?
Yeah.
No. It's he's litigious, and we have an ongoing case because the house, it shouldn't be in my name anymore, but when we settled the case of our divorce, he said, one of the agreements the court said was, Danny wanted to stay in the house. They said, you can have the house, but you need to pay her half of the amount of what the house is worth. And he agreed to it, and then months passed, and he just never paid me.
Okay.
And so we have ongoing litigation where I filed a motion in the court to have him pay me what he said he would, and he filed a counter motion for sanctions against my attorney because he thought that she did something wrong, which she didn't. But so, I mean, she withdrew from the case and was going to serve as a witness. So she's not going to lash out at him for it. She's using the legal process to do it. My parents are, very angry towards him. But even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father. They're really, really careful about that. They just like him, but they know he's the father of my kids. They would never do that.
Right.
I don't know who would be angry enough with him.
Well, that's what I have to find out.
To do something like this.
The brother that you're real close to, I have to do a lot of elimination at the same time. The brother that you're really close to, the one that joked about the TV and everything, what'd you say his name was?
Charlie.
Charlie, and he's in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what kind of car he has.
He has like 5 cars.
Can't tell me all of them.
He drives I think one of them is an unmarked police car.
Oh, really?
He's a bit of a character.
Okay,
So I don't know what he's driving at the time,
right.
but I'll tell you, he's a periodontist, and he has this practice where he works from early in the morning till late at night. So if you ever wanted to find his whereabouts, he's working all day long
Okay.
until early in the morning till late at night, always driving to a different office working.
Well, he goes to different offices.
Yeah, he works in different offices all over South Florida and does implants for people. And he works really hard all the time. He has a girlfriend, so he's pretty much accounted for all the time.
Charlie, is that his first name?
Charlie's his first name.
Not Charles?
I think Charles is his legal name. No one calls him that.
What's his last name?
Adelson.
What's his middle?
J-A-Y.
Same spelling, Adelson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
What? Oh my gosh. I
What?
can't believe this is happening.
Okay, all right. Let me go get the form for the phone.
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear
I don't
that.
know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason, I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, and the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Is he
okay.
still in the hospital?
He's at the hospital, yes. Yes.
And he's alone.
Yes.
And nobody knows he's there.
Well, you know now, and while I'm going to get this phone taken care of, I'm gonna have a victim advocate come in here, and hopefully you can supply her with his parents.
Oh my God.
I'm assuming his parents would be his next of kin.
He's a sister he's really close with.
Where is she?
They're all in Canada. He's Canadian.
Okay. All right, they live in Canada.
They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're gonna think I did it.
No, now, just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening.
All right, let me go get the form for the phone, okay?
Oh my God.
Sorry, you okay?
Yeah. No.
I meant to like,
That's fine. Our last interaction wasn't nice.
oh, you're talking about personal.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. I didn't want him to take the boys this afternoon. I had wanted to have them. And I talked over with my brother and realized, you know, if their dad wants to take them swimming, it's not worth getting upset over. He sent me that message at 9:15 this morning.
You were telling me before, when we were riding up here, that the agreement was that you're all gonna have some type of phone call at 11:15 this morning. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly, just that we needed
Okay.
to have the talk at some point before, we have to decide before Monday of what to do about his school, where Ben's gonna go to school. And he said, I'm gonna be done. I thought it was 11:15, but when we listened to the message, it was 10:30.
Okay.
When he said, I'm gonna be out of, he went to like a workout class at the gym. He
At
said,
Premier.
At Premier.
Mhm.
He said, I'm gonna be out of it by such and such a time. You could call me then. And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of the time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. he left me a message. I called him at 11:42 and left him a message just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today, when I figured he's going to take the kids swimming.
Right.
And he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay. So in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just didn't happen.
Right. Okay. All right. Let me get this. There's a lot of information on here. Okay. It'd probably be easier if I read it to you.
Fine.
Okay. I, Wendy Adelson, and I got to change this.
Adelson.
I know I got to change that.
It's okay. It's Adelson.
Actually, it's spelled right. I said it wrong. Adelson. Do hereby authorize and give my permission to Investigator Isom, who has identified himself to me as a law enforcement officer with necessary assistance of a digital forensic examiner to make a full and complete search of my cell phone or other digital media, along with data located on additional data sources, locations such as connected to, at, and were at the Tallahassee Police Department. That's the address. I have been advised that law enforcement are engaged in investigation concerning an alleged violation of federal or state law pertaining to a shooting incident. I do further authorize to give permission to take from my cell phone located at 230 47th Avenue.
I'm sorry, is that the police station?
That's where we're at right
Okay.
now. Yeah. Computers, cell phones, computer peripherals, digital media data, which may or may not have a connection, value, or relevance as evidence in said investigation. The above law enforcement officer has fully and fairly advised me on rights as follows. I have the right to refuse consent of the search of my property. I have the right to consult with an attorney or any other person of my choice prior to giving them consent and permission to search the above described property. Any cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media or data, along with any data located on these items or on additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, found by said officers in the course of their search, can be used as evidence against me or others in a court of law. I fully understand and appreciate these rights and wish it be specifically understood that I'm hereby giving consent permission to conduct the search of the cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital.
Oh, she over here boo. Like she is so distraught. No, in the back of her mind, she thinking, "Oh, I got my kids. They did the job. That's what the TV repair bill was there for." Okay. Just so y'all know, they are back in court. So if y'all want, I can pause this and take us back into court. It's totally up to you guys. They just got back. Why did her mother think she could act? She said she know how to be a good actor when it's necessary.
Stupid question, but are you gonna give it?
Ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. And I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
Your Honor, if I could have a moment, I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zeldin. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adoptive admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's law.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adopted admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adopted admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adopted admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up. Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for purposes of, for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, Back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records?
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses or the network uses to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you asked, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area. And if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site. And you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning, or
otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
So in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Apologies, a little trouble getting back there. Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Catherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events. and it creates multiple records. And some of those will be tied to the same number. Some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number. So they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. Let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate.
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, it was a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
And so in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
And so this does not account for that.
It does not.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with.
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
Slide 116. Okay, it looks like on this one, there are two conversations between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts Catherine, this was an inbound that I don't believe was answered or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Catherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts in my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135. And advance one. So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
In different, we have records that span years. And they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
apologies. It'll take just a second. I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is it's approximately 38 hours time period.
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least the potential for the exchange of information.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please. Now, you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amounts.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. You testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markell to Wendy Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them, or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendy Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. A phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendy Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendy Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendy called Donna, Donna called Wendy. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you. What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendy called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
specific
seconds.
for this day.
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
And so if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter. And then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter. Would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls. And as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
I believe you had moved to slide 210. Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendy, Wendy texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendy can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendy gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendy and Charlie, I think it's on slide. I believe you go to slide 272. May have gotten a slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please. So the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning. The last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59 for location, like location that we would use?
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message.
That's correct.
And that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
That is correct.
And you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so probably important to point out, some of these are chats. So they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove.
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it has been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, The drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corbett, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And yet you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory.
I looked
to establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way.
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No, tell us what is a retention period?
I'm sorry. A retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year. And after 1 year, they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years. But that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
And so as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHS&B to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the Turnpike? How many lanes were on the Turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about. So I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the Turnpike. Talk about the Turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And There's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s.
Not quite.
Now, have you ever been on the highway, got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect. That section of the turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
Okay. And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in a stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now, was anything done? And let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Corbett, you just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
And at no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset.
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Yes, sir. Did the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of, and did you do this drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question as to who raised it. I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando in consistent with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes. The second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive and went from the I believe was it 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
Before
those
that, before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014.
As close as I could get.
And did you say in this the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers. But if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller. And all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
No.
Just a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down finally.
Thanks, sir.
Will this there you go. Please call your next witness.
The next witness, based on his former employment, is the witness that we've asked camera not display his face. I would ask for an instruction on that at this time.
Very well. The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
And we have a brief, very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. You all can be seated. Please use the restroom or stretch your legs now if you need to before we resume with the testimony.
Hey guys, I see that we are on break up here. We about to do the bump, bump, bump. Let me see that body go bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. What's up? Tudo, Toto, cousin, Toto, Tudo, tattoo. What'd you say? Cheer dance, cheer dance, cheer dance. Let me see what we got going on here first. Okay, so I took us into the future. Y'all, we've been real disrespectful with our TiVo time, so of course we don't have that, right? So I'm gonna keep this in the background so I can see exactly when they come back into court. Let's see here, and I know we were in the middle of listening to that old crying Wendy plead her case for her brother, or so, no, not plead her case, but throw everybody up under the bus.
It back?
Yes,
I feel like I need to help
No,
my
you're gonna
family.
get-
What's going
No,
on?
you're gonna get it
when
back.
she calls
It's just
her
gonna-
her
I'm trying
mom.
to expedite this now so I can get it back to you sooner.
I understand.
Be right back. Okay, Wendy. Let me get your.
That's the friend I was with calling. Do you want to just decline it? I guess I should talk to anyone right now.
Yeah.
Is there someone I can talk to about what to tell my kids?
Yes, we're gonna get to that. Give me your phone number on this phone again.
954-803-0079.
Can I get Daniel's cell phone number?
202-276-8200.
202-276-8200. Okay. Do you know his passcode to unlock his phone?
I don't.
You don't know
I don't have a passcode. When I was with him, he didn't have the kind of phone that needed a passcode.
it? Okay.
But he's got an iPhone since then, so
Yeah.
he may have one. And I can't remember, like, actually, I remember his passcode to something, but it was like a word in Hebrew with the word one, so it's a word and not numbers. I could give you my children's birthdays in case you want to try that. I really have no idea what it would be.
Okay, let's go ahead with the children's birthdays.
So Ben is 7/29, so it could be like 0729.
What year?
2009. Lincoln is 10/13, 2010. They're 14 months apart.
10/13 of 10?
Yeah. I was complaining about him at the lunch.
Sorry. I'll be right back. Go ahead. Okay, they're going to take your phone, they're going to hook it up to a machine, download the information. It doesn't take a whole lot unless you got a lot of stuff on there.
I don't know what's on there. I have to use the bathroom.
Okay, no problem.
Is there?
Yep.
Is it close by?
Yeah, it's real close by. Okay, you can leave your stuff there. It's not going anywhere, and I'll ask you right around the corner here. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want some water after that?
Okay.
Okay.
Can't leave.
Not yet. We got somebody here?
Seriously? Okay, I'll hold it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We just have to eliminate everything. Okay, you know what she's saying, right?
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. I can't
No, you're not a suspect. I don't consider you a suspect. I asked you to come up here. You came up here voluntarily. I've not read you Miranda. You are not under arrest. You are the closest thing to family that I have to Daniel right now. Okay? You are.
I'm so sad for. I was thinking about something else. He told me that he comes. We have week on, week off, but on Wednesdays we do an overnight.
Right.
And he told me that he might have some work up in New York and he might not be back in time for the Wednesday overnight. So there's no way that he did this because he had all kinds of plans like for next week.
You're saying he would not hurt himself?
No.
Okay. All right.
It wasn't him.
Okay. He has no reason to hurt himself or anything like that.
No, I mean, I can see him being really sad when we first got divorced.
Right.
But now he's got Amy and he loves those boys.
Okay.
And things were really good for him. There's no way he did this to himself.
Okay. I believe you.
Which really scares me because it means there's someone out there that's willing to do this to him. And I'm scared for the kids.
Okay. I understand
And they're at school right now and I want to.
There's an officer at the school.
Okay.
The kids are fine.
Okay.
Okay, there's no.
I don't know how I'm going to tell them.
Well, we're going to help you with that. Okay. But here's what I have to do right now. And I'm just trying to, I want to get this down pat. I know you don't have your phone to refer to,
okay.
But that's okay.
You'll have all that information.
Right, because I'll check that against what you tell me.
Okay.
Your last phone conversation, your last personal contact, in other words, in person with Daniel was when?
He goes by Danny.
Danny, okay.
No one calls him Daniel.
I don't know him, so I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you
Danny.
so that it just feels really impersonal. My last face-to-face contact with him, wow. We do a lot of like leave off pickup at the school, right? Where one of us will take the kids to school, the other one picks them up. When was the last time I saw him? I definitely saw him when I picked the kids up. I feel like there's something since then, but that would have been.
No, I'm on the way. I'm not familiar with the.
Okay, I'll get Annie because she wanted it before. Yeah.
And that was that morning I drove down, so that was June 30th,
Okay.
whatever that Monday morning was that we drove down to Miami. I saw him, I met Amy. Then we did a lot of Skype, like we'd Skype every day while I was gone. But that's not in person. I came back with my parents. We drove back all together. And then that Friday, which would have been last Friday, a week from today. So if today's the 18th, it was Friday the 11th. That's my other brother's birthday. And I would have seen him, but I had been with the kids for like 12 days straight. And I was getting really sad at the idea of drop off of Danny coming to pick him up. And so my folks said, you know what, why don't you just, so at about 4:45, I just went over a friend's house. I didn't see him that day. And then he had the kids and I got some sort of laryngitis and I was alone all weekend. So that was Saturday, Sunday. And then this week, I missed the kids. So I visited them at school on Monday and Tuesday.
They were staying with Danny?
They were with Danny that whole time, but Danny and I had started on days when we really missed the kids. We'd go have like lunch with them or breakfast with them. So I went and had lunch with them or read them a story. I saw them Monday, I saw them Tuesday. Wednesday was my overnight. And so that was Wednesday. And then he had them Thursday, was yesterday. Yeah. So that was the last time I had face-to-face contact with him.
Was?
June 30th.
June 30th, okay. And then yesterday, y'all were conversing on text about this phone call or about this discussion for Ben.
On email, I think,
okay.
About, we'd both spoken with an administrator at the school. And so yesterday morning, I emailed him and said, I'd really love for him to go to this school. I think we should accept it. Here's why. And then I asked him a second question about Ben's birthday coming up because I didn't have Ben on his birthday. He wanted this Lego thing and I wanted to make sure that no one else got it for him. So I asked him if he was going to do a party for Ben. So I knew ahead of time whether people would be bringing presents or whatever. And so I knew whether he would have gotten it from someone else or whether I should buy it for him. And he wrote back and said, when your voice feels better, let's talk. Cause my throat was really hurting. He said, let's talk. We need to work this out for Monday. And I sent him an email. You'll see it sometime this morning while I was home working on my paper that said, okay, I'm ready to talk whenever you are. I don't know what time I sent it, but if I called him at 11:40, it was either before I called him because I thought normally he would have called.
Okay.
Like when he said I'm done with the class at 10:30 and I had said, okay, let's talk and then sent him a call or an email. Like I thought it was weird I hadn't heard from him, but I just thought like, oh, maybe he's busy with something or showering. Or...
But he told you at some point that he was going to premiere this morning.
Yeah, no, that phone message says I'm going to premiere. I'll be out 10:15, 10:30. And so you can call me after that.
When did you receive that phone message?
Maybe after the repair guy left. So maybe at like, this morning, like at 11-ish or something.
Okay. All right. So you're at your house with the repairman. He leaves. You go back to working on your papers. And then you leave your house around noon, drive down. Trescott's blocked. You turn around. You go back around on Benton. And then you go to
There's a tree.
Right. Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right. So.
I didn't even think like that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off and I'm sorry, I wasted my time.
No, you're not wasting my time. I think I asked you before, you don't have a number for Amy. You do not have a contact number for her, but you know she's a professor at NYU.
Yeah.
You know that her and Danny have been seeing each other, and that she stayed here from the end of June to the 1st of July, just
at least 2 days maybe. Yeah.
And she met the children.
Yeah, she met a few friends in town too.
And you don't know anything about her ex.
No, I know she was married.
Right. And she has children.
She has a son.
In New York.
In New York.
Okay.
She's a son. I think he's 14.
Okay.
Do
you know how old Amy is?
She's 50.
She's 50?
Yeah. She doesn't look 50. She's very beautiful. She is, not that you can't be beautiful at 50, but she looks really young. She's very pretty and accomplished. And
You know her date of birth?
I only know that she is 50. I don't, because I was looking her up one time, feeling.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she's 50. She goes by Amy Adler.
Her middle initial is M.
M.
Okay, guys,
So
I'm gonna
that, like,
pause
if
this
you looked her
right
up
there
on
back from
the-
break. I know y'all
if you
care
looked her
nothing
up
about no
on
TV. We got about
the
4
law
hours of
school
this
website,
anyway,
you'd
as far
find
as
her
the
that way.
interview is concerned, right? Well, you know, listening to her crying can be very overwhelming. She said, shoot, after 6 hours in the interview, yeah, I said a lot of things. I just wanted to be helped. I wanted to get out of here. It was Charlie. It was my parents. It was somebody. It wasn't me. Out of all the people names to name, I can't even understand how those words even left her mouth. I think said Donna is just a keyboard warrior, right? She's just supporting her daughter. That's all. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
This case on April 19th of 2016.
I was.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yeah, tickle the wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right, so you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami, somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as States Exhibit 83. Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
And this is it, yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 83.
States 83 is admitted.
Okay, so it's a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet paper, right? Regular piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, with a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes, just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number and the $5,000 which was being asked for.
Okay, and this cell phone number that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Right.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone. So I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay. But if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 112, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Move into evidence, States 112, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
States 112 is admitted.
I'm showing you States 117. Are those your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the phone flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on State's Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Move into evidence, States 117, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
States 117 is admitted.
And States 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number. Is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered.
That was
Right?
answered, yeah.
Okay, there were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her, but
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
no, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button down, open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So,
okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, you know, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tudo are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tudo.
And who's Tudo?
Tudo, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent, or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are. Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the 5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said 5,000.
Well, the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato,
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
but you handed her a piece of paper and it
did.
had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay. And that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter, I did not physically do it. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time, I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence. So,
Well, yeah,
okay.
but you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th, I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes,
didn't
I
you?
did call.
Okay.
Yes,
So you were the first call then. You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute.
correct.
And
correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying, you're Sammy and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so call the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think Puto.
Puto, call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what KD baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want and then it doesn't say now, or I'm going after the 100K, right?
That's what I was told to write. Yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody. Yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson,
That is correct.
and you talk to him,
I did.
right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No,
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
no, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call through another witness, but the gist of it is she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person. I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from it. She didn't say, if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
Well, we'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
she didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No,
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time.
she did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markell.
She did.
Take your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination.
So we're gonna watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Okay, nothing further.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released. Have a good day.
Keep them under the state subpoena, so that we can call in our case in chief. Please.
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know if they choose to do so or not. Have a good day.
My understanding is that we're to coordinate that through Investigator Newland at the State Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, Special Agent. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to. You may examine when you're ready.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Louis Bronstein, LOUIS BRONSTEIN.
How are you employed?
A special agent with the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right. And did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day, I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katie Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
So make sure they're all fair and accurate.
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140 are admitted.
Publishing 137. Publishing 138. Publishing 139. Publishing 140. When you entered the restaurant, how close to the target subjects were you able to position yourself?
Let's say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at the next table.
So yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table. So just estimating based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right, and did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right, so you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did
But I
you
can-
understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with
That's
that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they're having a conversation with each other. They're paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay, and are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon around 3:45 or 4.
And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Any objection? States 114 is admitted.
Any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise, would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will we be recalled by either party? You are released. Please call your next witness.
Steve McElveen.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, M-C-E-L-V-E-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time, I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering,
And forensics.
electrical engineering and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
Not on these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
And I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Have you published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay, were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay, and were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right, and in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing in a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you used to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence, and you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance, and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Okay. And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right. And did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay. So everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 115 and 116.
Any objection?
If I understand the witness's testimony, he's not able to say the transcript is accurate.
That was Ms. Magbanua's part, Your Honor.
She has already authenticated as a part of her testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133 also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay, and is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly and accurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, that's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. With respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you
enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the state attorney's office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
that's what you.
We didn't touch anything, but just basically saved the original, the processed audio that we did, and the original video, and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently.
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, yes, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendy Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that?
Correct.
Just a moment.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Redirect examination.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. Will you be recalled by either party?
Not for the state judge.
No, Your Honor. You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Kendall.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, Brian Kendall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
It almost looked like what they call now a man bag or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson, so I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay. And what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement or they know what you're doing.
And do you think that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them. Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, State's Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I never reviewed it.
All right. Move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
Objection.
States 131 is admitted.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Please approach.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, Sanford. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment. Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with. And as the investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay, if I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds
would.
right or not? September 30th of 2016.
Yes,
All right, and the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
that's correct.
Okay, and in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was, in fact, any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 48 and 52.
An objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
May publish?
You may.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right, States Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled, shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpet.
The hole was still there in carpet, correct.
Publishing 651. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with a with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together to make it run again.
States Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks. I don't know if I can make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it.
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? That there was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. We're having trouble.
You can just speak up a little bit louder, Special Agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay, and are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually states Exhibit 99. Are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 99.
Yeah, objection. States 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendy Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Catherine Magbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed I'm sorry, oh gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay, and specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right, and is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendy?
That's correct.
All right, managing Wendy.
Correct.
All right, permission to publish at this time call 989, Your Honor. And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts. We have no power, so we're requesting a recess.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. Today for the score to the jury. Everyone can be seated. So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
Wow, wow, wow. We got these witnesses coming up on this stand and they like coming up, coming down, coming up, coming down, coming up, coming down, coming up, coming down. Like they coming up there one by one, like in fast order, right? Yeah. They say get them up here, get them down. So I personally think that the state's case will end no later than Friday. What are y'all thoughts? Tomorrow, Friday. I don't think we got much more to go. I mean, because they coming up and going down. No, I was muted, therapist. I was probably talking in the other stream. I try to take my camera away so it don't confuse y'all when I'm talking into the other stream, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut. Sometimes I don't. And Joy's got nuts. No, don't. Right now it's about 400. And we are on a lunch break, I think. I don't know what we're doing. I think it's a lunch break. I think it's a lunch break. Don't quote me. Stick to dancing. Oh, I can't do my singing. Oh, I don't. I am the best chair dancer in the USA. I am going to take that throne. I am going to claim it. I am going to put my marks where they need to be. I'll take what I can. In regards to that, yeah. So in that trial, I'm just over there playing prior testimony, and I guess we'll see what we got going on over here. I know, like that was snappy over there. It was. Yeah, Jason. Yeah, I could see it. Yeah, I ain't mad at it. I could see. Shoot, I wouldn't want to be there. I'd go take my lunch when they taking their lunch, right? Or replay some testimony or something over there in that regard. Busy, 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 busy. And they talk about they are not coming back. They gonna be allowing witnesses to come and testify on Tuesday. So court over there is going to be coming down. Right? So they're gonna be. I thought that case would be ending today or tomorrow, but it looks like they're gonna be pushing this out to next Tuesday because they are gonna be waiting for the witnesses for that civil. Remember, it's a civil. Yep, Vanessa. Yeah, one good thing about it is that we take our busy days when we get our busy days, right? Like Monday, we don't have no court. I mean, I'm gonna find something for us to kind of hang out and keep for a little bit. But yeah, it'd be like that. Like some days it'd be busy, some days it'd be okay, depending on what's going on out here. And sometimes the trial they just be like on top of each other, depending on how the jury and when you think you're ready for a trial, that a trial happened and somebody take a plea deal. And you like, well, what you gonna do that for? Like that one case that we was following with Karina with Houston Banker. I was like, oh, we gonna be looking at his trial, and they was about to do the jury selection, and he was like, y'all won't catch me up in here. I'm taking a plea. Like he wasn't even playing that game. And so for here in Tallahassee with our girl D, Mama D, you know, call her Mama D, and the gangster reunion. They got about less than 2 hours of court left. Right? So do y'all think it's any way that Donna can sliver out of this hole of a mess that she put herself into? Do y'all think she can get out of this? Remember, she's supposed to testify. Can she get out of this? Sometimes I don't even understand, like, if there's so much evidence against you, right? Why waste all that money on lawyers? Why? I mean, I guess you cannot get a public defender because they check your finances and sources. But I guess you just got to give it a chance and just hope that one juror is on there that sees some type of way. And we know what our juror makeup is, right? So we got 8 men, 6 women on this jury pool. These men are probably gonna be on this, looking at this evidence like, yeah, I remember how my mother-in-law was. She was always in our business. Anything that I wanted my wife to do or my baby mama to do, she would do it if her mom told her. She was just all up in it. You know, when I wanted to see my kids, she wouldn't let me see my kids. I could see exactly what Dan was going through. This mama-in-law was too much in her business. Yeah. So that's my thought in regards to that. Now, when we talk about the men on the case, and then we got one man on the case where his wife was shot 10 years ago. Thank goodness. I'm assuming that she survived. And Vanessa say, no, the jury is not gonna believe this mess, this crap. She said she gonna try it, baby, and every which way she possibly can. You ain't nicknamed a support chop. Not the pork chop. Say it ain't so. I can't even remember the last time I had a pork chop. I don't eat. I don't participate in pork anymore, but I used to love me some pork chops, and I used to love me some pork neck when I did eat pork and bacon. Pork bacon is the best bacon. Like I will not ever like. I done had turkey bacon, beef bacon. No bacon is like pork bacon, but yeah, I gave it up a long time ago. I don't even know why. Yes, I can't do. Yeah, I don't know why I stopped eating. I can't even tell you it's been so long. But somehow I stopped eating, and yeah, yeah. But pork chops used to be my thing. I used to love me some pork chops and some neck bones. Oh God, they got beef neck bones. They hard to find, but they got them. And now you know with everything like chicken, like even with chicken, like you don't even have to have ground beef now because they got ground chicken. Like they are making so many different things to compensate other things that like before it was just ground beef. Now you can get ground chicken. So shoot. So they definitely making a variety. You can even go, before when you would try to do like a keto diet, it was nothing really out here, right? Besides vegetables. Now you can do keto anything. I seen the Thanksgiving meal just keto. Yeah, now that I'm not doing. I'm not cutting out no red meat now. Give me a good steak. Give me a good cheeseburger. And hey, so Rachel, do you do like keto where you not eat no pastas or anything? Tuesday, no beer with your lime. Okay, Corona. Yeah, I know I did the keto for a while, and it was like so hard for me in the beginning. Oh, no dairy, no sugar, no gluten, no corn, nothing fried. Well, dang. Whoa. So you can't you don't go to restaurants? Oh, okay. So yes, it's okay. Okay. I was about to say now, I'm telling y'all think Mickey D's with my coffee or something. Well, if they took away the double cheeseburger with mac sauce, I would probably be out of this world, and everybody else probably want to go somewhere where it's real, like a real good burger. But if you give me a double cheeseburger with a mac sauce, I'm like in heaven. I like me some Mickey D's. I tell you, I can't lose no weight because I'm sitting over there at Mickey D's all the time, and it don't help because it's right across the street. I go right across the street, like let me get that. And one day I went over there. Sometimes like what is that called? The fillet of fish. I because we don't have no fish places out here where I stay at, right? And I was sitting in McDonald's line, and I don't know if y'all remember that song. Give me back that fillet of fish. Give me that fish. I was literally in the line singing that in the doggone. The lady was like, "Huh?" I was like, "You don't know that commercial?" I said, "Girl, let me show you. Let me show you the thing." And I pulled it up on YouTube. I was like, "What if it was you hanging up on that wall?" Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. I be out here just doing all types of things. And if I go to Popeyes, I'll be up in there like I love that chicken from Popeyes. Like, oh yes, shake the shake, bang bang. That's right, Ronald McDonald. Oh, you say your Big Macs and my Big Macs are like night and day. Really, Alexander? What they got on what they put on y'all? What's different with y'all Big Mac? I'm telling you that Big Mac sauce, and I'm telling you guys, if y'all make burgers at home and you like the Big Mac sauce, they actually sell it in Walmart. It's called a special sauce, and you can buy it in Walmart and make your own kind of Big Mac sandwich at home. They small? Really? You know, I can remember, and you know, it's so funny, when I was thinking about, you know, that filet fish song, and I was showing the commercial to the girl in the drive-thru, because of course, you know, it's like some young girl. When I was showing it to her, I was like, when I was singing it, she didn't know. Really, Vanessa? Where you stay out in the boonies? You in the boondocks, boo? Yeah, no. Gotta have a Wally World. I don't have a Target near me. I don't know where they do that at, but we don't have no. I don't have no Target. To get to Target is about 40 minutes. What you say? You looking for Popeyes online? You said, "Holy crap! Did they get expensive?" I don't know. You know, I always get the family meal. At least here in Arizona, it's about $29, and they give you like 10 pieces of chicken, 2 large size, 6 biscuits.
Court is back in session.
Let's see.
Jurors ready? Please remove. And standing for the jurors.
Oh, where did I
Copy
put
of
that?
85 on your table there.
You say you need strong teeth to eat Popeyes. No, I don't know. I don't know what kind of Popeyes y'all got. No, I don't know about that Popeyes where you at. Our Popeyes down here be fire. Or some church's chicken.
Okay.
Her brother's a
Let's see what
famous,
she's
he's like a
crying about
famous
now.
fashion designer. So I think they spend a lot of weekends like in the Hamptons, and she lives in the city and lives like, you know, good life.
Okay. You gave me a name of Matt Price, who's in DC.
That's his best friend.
Is that an attorney?
He's an attorney, yeah. I'm sorry you have to deal with so many lawyers.
That's okay. I'm used to it. I got to deal with the state attorney's office, public defender's office, private attorneys.
The only time I've ever been in this, I represent victims of crime. I represent immigrant victims of crime. So it's the only time I've ever been in this building is like advocating for my clients.
And the other friend?
The other friend is Josh Berman, also attorney. He's in New York City.
A city attorney for New York?
No, he's private. They're both private.
Okay.
And they were like the historic best friends.
Okay.
From college and law school.
And then of course, Alex is up in Cairo.
I know, I'm assuming they're close. I know that he sleeps over at their house a lot with the kids.
Okay.
I don't know if it's because the kids really love to play together or because they're close, but they spend a lot of time together. I'm sure they're close.
All right. Okay.
Danny's pretty religious, so like he'd be connected with like rabbis and stuff in town too.
Okay. All right. Which synagogue does he go to?
He goes to two. The one he's most strongly affiliated with is Shomrei Torah. And by the way, if you get a nod that I can use the bathroom, I could really use it. So
I'm gonna make
I
that
mean, I'm
happen
not
right
gonna
now.
die, but if I could just, that'd be great.
Here we go.
Okay. Hi.
She's gotta
come with
swab your
me?
hands.
Oh, first I'm gonna have to do your hands. Okay. Hi. What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue.
Residue?
Residue.
Okay. This is a really hard job you guys have.
Can't be. All right, right hand. Okay, and are you right or left-handed?
I work with both.
Okay.
But right-handed.
Okay. Since noon today, have you washed your hands at all?
I wish I could tell you I had, but I haven't.
Okay.
I'm filthy.
And
Okay, so they are back in court. I am going to take this down. Of course, as soon as we get this back up here, I know that y'all don't want to listen to Wendy. Nobody wants to listen to Wendy doing all that crime. Let me go ahead and get us back in the courtroom so my only fan can get him some rest. Get him a couple hours of sleep, right? Just a couple.
Everyone can be seated. May proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline, and mostly it's chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing?
That's correct. It
And
just
does
has,
fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
that's correct.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
It's 85 is entered.
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
You may.
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary? All right, we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're gonna advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control in the front here. So my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the
That's
call
fine.
along.
For that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
All right, start publishing. Let's let
I think
them-
they're testing their audio using the headsets.
Sir? She's right?
What's? I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Probably so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Yeah. You aren't going to be left in the dark.
Hey, how are you? I'm good. How are you? Good. Just got off of work. Oh, boy. I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic.
Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you?
I actually am working tomorrow. Oh, I know. And then I was off Monday.
Yeah, oh, that's true. That's right.
That's fine. I don't
Very
care.
good.
Yeah.
Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to
Yeah,
8
you
minutes
got
and
that
56
truly
seconds.
guys.
Because I'm in that demographic of guys I want to date.
Right.
And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you put the Victoria's Secret model in front of you at 37. I'm not asking for her to be. No.
Well, it's how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
Like, people see things, and especially from.
I have done.
I know.
Well, to be honest.
I know.
And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite.
And she's gonna screw her life because they're into the game another day. They're into the game another day.
What's that?
There's not gonna be another day.
No. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, that probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is
that's what she needs to do.
You understand when I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And in 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with babies because she was there with her clean serious head.
I know.
But it opened it.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it saying, Wendy, in a million years I would have dated a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. it's a double standard, but that's life. She knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, you know, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends.
I know.
Tell her that she deserved the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of some kids who aren't his. Like, and there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys wanting to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
cool. Only someone like him who's got to who knows what it's like, could understand it, and doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You're a little fucking odd, had that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer. Okay. Ted Berman got divorced from his wife. He engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp, the football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to the White House. So we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3 children. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had her pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're gonna-
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
All right, but we're gonna sort
But
of
it
pop
jump-
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise, and then the conversation will pick back
All
up.
right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the
That's-
beeping?
That's correct. They
The
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's play a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two, that one. Honestly, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're worth that's what else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, with my nephews, I love them. But as far as baby telling, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendy, it's Wendy and the 3 boys. It's 3 people you're dealing with. So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say. I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is this because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, I don't know, she's got her hints to something on that.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not, but guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick them out too?
This guy not only is crazy about her,
yeah,
crazy about his beliefs and his personal truth, and that's why.
Because the truth is, she can meet a great guy. Those aren't his boys. She just doesn't like him. What does she do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kids.
Tolerate the kids. He'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. But right now, they're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
No, that she's been taken if I thought I could say it, if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try. I would try.
You fuck it up, girl. No, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently.
I know, Charlie,
So-
believe me and embrace what you do, and really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with it, considering everything she's been through. I would just like
You know what?
her.
She's your sister, she loves you, she's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other, I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can
I
tell you,
really am, and I appreciate what you do, because
I go.
who else is gonna do it? Who else is gonna say, hey, wake up? You know, this is not as a perfect opportunity, it's glad to be good, thank God.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like, I'm not saying like to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
And that's what I listen. When
Good, and I can remember, hey, it's a minute ago, like, wake up, wake up.
trust me, it's believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her in the head, knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too, is like, Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's not good, and Jess totally wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has no, I go, but what's it about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea. We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markell's murder.
That's correct.
And who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Attell. He owned he was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendy's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendy's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendy to do her bidding in reference to Wendy's career as well?
Correct. She does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything. But I would take the course. The course is, you could do the course 2 different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, but I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like I still, right now,
Is this 2873? No. All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was During the time of the investigation, we had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitmen. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County Detention Facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Not with the Adelsons, but the hit that that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Catherine Magbanua, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse.
Designed to generate chatter on the wire.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted to we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and then Sigfredo Garcia talked to Catherine Magbanua through the phones. Catherine Magbanua would talk to Charlie Adelson through the phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson through the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. It never skipped anyone, never, no one ever jumped over to the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations.
So was it of interest to find out, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she gonna do? Who's she gonna go to?
Exactly.
Is she
See
gonna
what
call
her
the
reaction
police?
was.
Is she gonna call Luis Rivera? What's she gonna do?
Exactly.
All right. Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body-worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate reportings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
Right, moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection? States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the undercover, the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had, we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her and being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea. So didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive.
And is that a concern in every undercover operation, that you just kind of don't know what you're going to get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer's safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, I'll get back. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. Good, don't be scared. Listen, I just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Tudo for quite some time after your problem up north had been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tudo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
Hey, Hans. Tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet the people.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I can be, I'll have to figure out something. You can tell it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their piano lesson around 4-ish, and they, about the traffic over there, and they take a ride with them up there.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, IRS?
You know, those IRS people, they're kind of foggy sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm gonna drive up that way. Okay? And,
Is Wendy doing that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is that health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of them.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the board up there?
No, I think I can come home. I think I can get here till about 7 when the dad gets here.
So it's harder to be talking to me
He or, tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh, yeah, so really late.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier than not coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork is that from?
I see that, that's great. I would, hand to me, I asked him to go on today.
And he was it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but, if you want.
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down and ask you, and everything else, we can see next week.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
Would you describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm?
Yes,
She says dad's at work, fortunately.
she does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markell, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asked the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says to both of us,
Probably both of us, probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. Said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markell on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markell anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There it is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to at 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is he not paying the fund tax? I don't get it. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No, it's fine.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with
But
the
the
same
topic
company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay, so it's a good idea that you know.
So I might as well stay with them and hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting you in the lower bracket.
Okay, so you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. If they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I was
I'll
looking
do
at
that now.
do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in, sometimes there are bad reviews. This is a particularly.
you're making it sound like, I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay, it's probably nothing.
Yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, if someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfect with the type of day off.
Okay.
So-
I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, I can give you a little. That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this, look, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah, I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I can hear. Okay.
Was it, can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Well, it's going to be a possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher need to about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little, maybe 5:15, it was going to be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for Wendy to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But, let's walk in and just walk in. Either, and I would like to try to get you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm gonna get back here in time for them to not know who they're gonna be going to meet.
Is it, so whoever sent you a letter, sent you an anonymous letter?
Not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I did was.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and they were right, and I go past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the guy next to me.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, Tudo, so you stay up here, okay? You stay up here. I'll work on the computer and then finish it, okay? Yeah, maybe somebody maybe ask me who I was. Call me by name.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
County, we can make you a attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time. Then you're worried. I don't think it's a good idea for the girls to say we have to get to us. You know?
All right.
And then it's going to be a check for
Well, I mean, you have to get into the stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. That I don't know.
maybe we better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never gonna have an interpreter. So, let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow, I think that's it. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this, do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
Yeah. Not really, I'm gonna do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, just some random person?
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
You know, it was just a copy of all the things, what was written in the letter. That was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
You know, I don't think we should.
Actually, I mean, it's kind of thing, if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me, well, I don't think it's, people threaten, you gotta go to the police, but let me see what it is, let me see what nonsense it is first. It won't be the first time I've been threatened. But.
I'd like to just see what you think.
Yeah, no.
Right here, right up to him. So let's do that, let's make it, 12:20, 12:30, tomorrow, that would be ideal, okay?
Okay. You got it.
I'm gonna play with the board for a little bit, okay?
All right, yeah, no, I'll come down, I'll see you.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right, if it's something serious, I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know, that's what I'm supposed to do.
So, all right, sounds good.
Let's talk tomorrow, okay?
All right,
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing him.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call, no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that? Yes.
Okay, and is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3:00, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
All right, publish call C, please.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First to me for a while, and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
If someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, I'll probably like go to the police, but
And they have to, but they'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know.
So,
That's why, I just want you to see, because I don't want, not your father upset.
don't say anything to dad until I take a look at it, because dad's probably up there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
On everything.
That's what I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it's clear what's wrong with it.
What is it, kind of ask you, what do they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They ask you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, good morning. Good, how are you? Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll,
That's why if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever,
Yeah.
whatever it's
We'll
going
go,
to say.
maybe we'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Love you too, honey. Bye-bye.
All right, so this call, Charlie says, obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? Please approach. objection is overruled. You may continue with your examination.
Oh gosh, where are we? Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, we did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, we didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
Well,
Charlie.
was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at
Did
all.
he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendy Adelson's alibi in the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Overruled. Please clarify your question, Ms. Ketterman, so it's clear as the context.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend
No.
to Charlie Adelson?
No, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
Yes, a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet.
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Catherine Magbanua.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, like, are you someplace you can talk to?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to?
You can talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, you go somewhere that's not loud what I'm talking to.
I can't. It's like loud, so I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to her now. I can't even talk to get outside. All right, so leave it on. All right. Somebody. Hang on. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate.
Uh-huh.
But she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail. I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, hey, I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a patient
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I don't know, probably didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But
like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like.
oh yeah, that's what I said. I said, someone's gonna try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, right, and you're like,
I said, you gotta go straight to the police. Because she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I will take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see the person. So I'm gonna go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
yeah.
So she's like, just.
Was you just stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's about. You didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
Look what I do with my mom.
Okay, just checking. Just checking. I don't know.
No, but I feel
Who knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
know. A person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What they wouldn't want from her.
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids and was like, listen, just as soon as I have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What about doing me? Yeah, like
I don't know.
Girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even following, wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does
was
have
sure
anything
about
to do-
your mom. Like, what the hell? Like, I thought that was me. Was like, calling over right away. Like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing hat glasses? And I was like, no, I can pick the person out one out in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and she was. Addressed her. So, but anyway, either here or there, I feel like an idiot if it was some other act. But anyway.
yeah. Did you have any fight with him right over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm gonna feel like an idiot if they did. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time to finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, you know.
All right.
Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
In this call, Charlie Adelson tells Catherine Magbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did
that's
the
incorrect.
undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it was just about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Catherine Magbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out the back of it and walked down. There's a sidewalk along the water behind their building. They walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's, and there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
Ms. Adelson, if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please ask your question again.
What, if any, efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk, right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There's no
Were
audio.
you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State 53.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 53 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
All right. Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening.
Charlie. All right, on then. I'll see you lurking later on.
Gentlemen, for the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on for the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kaplan not to provide cumulative testimony. when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of the question that we're getting to.
One of my objections is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're reading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kappelman could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call. And that's not fair to my client. That's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing to say, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court in the state in the morning.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will wait the jurors and then we'll continue with the examination of Agent Sanford. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, guys, we got another day in the books, in the books, in the BOOKS, the books. We had investigator after investigator at the bump, at the what, to come up in there. We had it all. They went through a lot of witnesses today. Wow. Interesting, interesting. So, what do you guys think in regards to what we heard today? Is Donna cooked? Or is there some wiggle room, y'all? Did y'all find any holes? I don't know. I think that video evidence, I mean, her and Charlie, his so big mouth. Oh, he think he know it all. They don't have nothing to go off of. She cooked like a pork chop. Chop, chop, chop. Oh gosh, I don't even know what to say about her. So y'all think when y'all think the state? I think the state will be done on Friday. Any thoughts on regards to that? I definitely think so. Well, tomorrow we will well doom Donna. That's cute. That's definitely what she's going to be, right? Wow, we're winding it down and getting closer to touchdown time, right? I'm gonna call it touchdown time because boy, oh boy. I guess during periods and parts tomorrow we will look. Yeah, I think the state will rest by Friday, Jason. Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. I think they at the kind of like the end of the case. I know they saying tomorrow they'll be all day. So it looks like we getting closer. I think the defense will start on Tuesday, which would be nice, right? So we'll see exactly what that looks like tomorrow. We'll probably have a better idea. Because I'm telling you, Georgia probably got the jury instructions up from, she probably created the jury instructions before the trial started. He said Charlie gets tapped for sure. What time does court start? Court typically starts about 6 o'clock our time as the search girl, which is close to 9 near time. But I'll send out the notification for it, right? So we can hang out and we'll watch Wendy the rest of her interrogation video, like in between certain things tomorrow during different times and points. Yep. Yep. Gonna be 6 o'clock your time. So let's do this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jason. Let's do this. Y'all know I got all these rooms going on, right? So I don't know if y'all want some more of that Cardi B tea, but that room is open. We are about to go in the afternoon session. They just came back from lunch, so I do know that. It's so funny because this one starts 3 hours before that one, and then when this one ends, they are just now coming back from lunch. So it kind of works out in a way. So let me get the link for you. I'll get the link so you can teleport over there. I'll make it real simple for you. Give me 1 second. Let me get the link because I'm about to take them into the afternoon testimony. And over there, how many people are? I think it's still about 400 people over there. You say, is it 88% trivia time? You got some trivia? You want me to make some questions for you? You know, you eating Popeyes? Love that chicken from Popeyes. Okay, so you want to do trivia. I will get some trivia. Therapist, can you work on us some trivia? Matthew want us to get some trivia together for our Adelson. We will have it together, locked and loaded. Everybody go home and practice. Study. Yeah, therapists will get us all the way together. No, okay, do I need to get it together so y'all can compete? Therapists? Because you can't make up the trivia and then know the answers and beat afterwards. Yeah, that sounds like an awesome idea. I like that, Matthew. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's see how much you know about these Adelsons. I think that we could probably do an AI prompt will get it done pretty quick, I bet. What kind of AI prompt? Okay, well, I'll work on something tonight. I don't know if I have to figure out some AI prompt stuff. I don't know nothing about no AI, nothing. I don't know. I don't know. That little be little busy. It have to be something where I can find an app or something. But I'll figure out something. And no, we gonna do our trivia on anything involving the Adelsons. We have some vets here. We have some people that's seen a lot of these trials. So we're gonna do the trivia on all of it. Anything goes, right? Awesome, awesome, awesome idea. I couldn't have thought of that. I always want to put poll questions up, but trivia sounds nice too. Okay, AI would be the way. Okay, therapists will tell me where I can get it and where I can do it from, and I'll do it. I'll figure it out because I want therapists to play. So she can't go do it because if she do it, then she can't play. Right? All right. So we got trivia tomorrow on our schedule. We got Donna Adelson, Mama Gotti, Gangster Reunion Trial that's going to start again tomorrow for our day 5. I think it's day 5. Maybe it's day 4. No, day 5. It's day 5. Right? I'm dropping the link in case anybody wants to head over to the Cardi B trial. We're going into the afternoon session there, so we got a couple hours to finish up over there. But as far as we are with our Mama Gotti, we're done for the day. The testimony is a wrap. We got to see what we have for tomorrow, right? Always remember that you were in the right place, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys, I'll see you over there on the Cardi B trial if you want to see it. If not, I will see you tomorrow morning. Make sure you go study, look at your notes, look at past testimony, witnesses, statements, interrogation videos for our trivia. All right, guys.